I have solar on my home.
Awesome.
And one of the things I hear why this is not good and why NIPSCO needs to, put all the regulations in there is that people with solar panels are mooching off of the system. And that really kind of tightens my jaw. And if you think about it, when you send power that you're not using to NIPSCO, NIPSCO is not really just putting that in the bank. What NIPSCO is doing with that power is selling it to your neighbor. So they're paid for that. If you have a balance at the end of the month where you've given them maybe 2, 3, or 4 kilowatt hours, they sell that to your neighbor and they bill the neighbor for it, and it didn't cost them a nickel to generate that energy. So this whole thing that we're mooching off of the system is a bunch of baloney. And the other issue on financing of it, I'm senior, obviously, and I took the money out of my 401k to install a solar. I did this back in 2012. The return on my solar in money saved on my NIPSCO bill was more than the return I was getting from T. Rowe Price. The principal doesn't disappear, which, as you may have noticed in the last few years, there's quite a bit of principal disappearing. Yeah. And it's insured, so it's safe all the way around. Yeah. It's covered under my homeowners at no additional cost because it's considered, well, mine is a standalone system, and it's covered under the outbuilding. If you have a shed or something like that, it's covered. So
yeah, that's great. Thanks for sharing.
It's a good investment all the way around. Maybe I'm not making a ton of money off of it, but as far as I'm concerned, and NIPSCO's trying to kill the net metering. It's, as far as I'm concerned, that's criminal.
Actually, if I could just add something quickly about that, if anybody's interested in talking to the legislators, tell them to keep looking in the new technology that are developing, which is the energy storage. And I think we are in great danger. It's something that the politicians who are blocking net metering right now are not seeing and not telling their constituents is that with the new energy, we can get into a situation where a big number of people can put solar and then battery storage and somewhat disconnect from the grid just because they don't have net metering, which is not a good thing for the environment. It's better if we can do as much as we can without batteries. And also we're going to get to a situation where there won't be enough people contributing to the grid. And we could have some big problems on our hands just because of that.
Anyway, thank you all. We'll be around if you need to ask more questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to our first two speakers. Just an announcement, our YouTube is now live. Apologies for the technical difficulties there. Zoom has been going fine, but YouTube is now live. So apologies for that. We're really pleased to have with us Dan Robinson to talk to us about the perspective of advocating for solar energy. Dan Robinson is the Indiana Program Associate for Solar United Neighbors, a nonprofit organization working in Indiana and across the US to help people go solar. He promotes justice and equity through solar energy with a career including community organizing and serving as a local elected official, communications work, and educating for social justice. Dan is here in part because his experience made him realize it could be challenging to go solar, as I think we've now hearing even more and more of. So he's eager to provide support and guidance to help Hoosiers take that step. Dan, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks, Paul, and thanks to Dr. Eisman and Gilles for that great introduction, because what I'm going to talk about follows on that quite a bit. You know, each of us can help, as they did, create a safer, healthier future for everyone if we promote an equitable and just energy transition here in Indiana and across the US. Doing so means not only exploring our own energy habits, but also coming together with other concerned people to advocate for a just transition to a sustainable and clean energy system. So during this presentation, we'll be looking at Solar United Neighbors in the Hoosier State as one example of how we can help each other go solar in our communities, but also advocate for just solar and energy policy at the state level. As Paul mentioned, we're a vendor neutral, and I'll talk about what that means in a minute, national 501c3 nonprofit, and we help people go solar, join together, and fight for their energy rights. Just a little bit about our impact nationally. We've helped over 6,500 households go solar through 324 solar co-ops, which are basically group buy opportunities for folks, and I'll talk a little bit about that more later. That has represented over $140 million invested in local solar industries, creating 956 local solar jobs. That represents over 55 megawatts of solar installed and over about 762,000 metric tons of carbon dioxide saved. Now at the state level, here in Indiana, since we started in 2019, we've helped over 215 households go solar through our 17 co-ops, which represents $4.3 million invested in local solar industries, creating 40 solar jobs. And that's 1.9 megawatts of solar installed and 31,651 metric tons of carbon dioxide saved through those installations. And we've done that through our statewide, I'm going to see if I can get rid of this here. Yeah, you can't see the headlines on these, but we've done this through our statewide partnerships with the Hoosier Environmental Council, Citizens Action Coalition, Sierra Club, Hoosier Interfaith Power and Light, Hoosier EV Association, Earth Charter Indiana, and most importantly, Solarize Indiana, which is a similar nonprofit here in Indiana, who also helps people go solar. And we've collaborated on a number of co-ops around the state, including here in Northwest Indiana, we've done a couple co-ops here, and also in Northern Indiana, Fort Wayne, Boone County, Hamilton County, in the Indianapolis area. And we've done that with the partnership of a number of important local partners. And I want to point out Nancy Moldenauer here, who is the chair of the Michigan City Sustainability Commission. They are one of our most important partners here in Northwest Indiana for some of the work that we've done here. Couldn't do it without Nancy and the commission, but also the 219 Green Connect, Just Transition Northwest Indiana, Green Drinks Northwest Indiana, and the Northwest Indiana Regional Planning Commission. So before we get started on the presentation, just a few thoughts to kind of set the stage. First, I want to take a moment to address the inequities in our current energy system. Communities of color, particularly Black and Indigenous communities, bear an unfair share cost of energy production, but receive fewer benefits. Families of color are disproportionately harmed by higher utility bills and shutoffs, as well as the pollution that results from fossil fuel energy generation. On top of that, housing discrimination is a barrier to home ownership and thus solar ownership. So when Solar United Neighbors, started with a group of economically and racially diverse neighbors in Washington, D.C., they focused on solar because it helped people pay their electric bills. It helped them stay in their homes at a time when D.C. was being gentrified quickly and the whole country was in the middle of a financial crisis. Rooftop solar helps communities invest in locally, creating good paying local jobs, and brings control of the energy system within our reach. And so we're working toward a new energy system that everyone can participate in, one that is fair and equitable. Second, I just want to clarify that when I talk about solar, I'm talking or rooftop solar, that's shorthand for what they were just referring to. Customer-owned electricity generating solar photovoltaic systems that you would find on your neighbor's roof. It could be a system also that's mounted on the ground, and which would be more common in rural areas. But sometimes these systems are off-grid, but as they were mentioning, theirs are tied to the electrical grid. Whether that tie is to a NIPSCO, like a large utility, or a smaller organization like a rural electric municipal cooperative or member cooperative, which some folks in the area are connected to. And I want to be clear that we need both utility scale and rooftop solar. And I want to emphasize that up front. But we believe at Sun that customer-owned solar is a necessary piece of a healthy and democratic energy system. Customer-owned solar provides a number of benefits to the grid and society. Studies have shown that the net metering return that that you get from solar, it doesn't necessarily equal the benefits that rooftop system provides to the larger grid and thus to the other members, customers in that utility. The gentleman earlier mentioned about how the utilities say that rooftop solar people are being mooching off of that. Well, actually, studies have shown that they provide greater benefits than they're getting back in net metering. So what are some of those benefits? It provides resiliency to the grid because there are multiple sources of electricity. It reduces the wear and tear on the grid because electricity is used near where it's produced, either by the owner or by their neighbors if they send that excess electricity out to the grid. It reduces the cost to everyone on the grid because it reduces the need to build additional power plants, which all customers have to pay for. It gives control of our energy production and thus some freedom and independence on how that electricity is produced, and it addresses climate change by providing additional clean energy to the grid. So our theory of change here at Solar United Neighbors: go solar, join together, and fight for your energy rights. We help people go solar. In doing so, we bring together solar supporters and those interested in solar energy, help them to build some community and connections, and together then we organize folks to fight for energy rights, to increase the value of solar in the state, to make better solar policy, which in turn helps more people go solar. So how do we do that? Real quick, co-ops. These are group buys that people can join. They can join a co-op that Solar United Neighbors is running for free. It's free to get designed by the solar installation company that was chosen for the co-op. It's free and there's no obligation to purchase anything. So people join, they explore, they find out what it would look like on their roof, what it would cost them, and they get a good deal on a price that through the co-op. We just ran 2 of these here in Northwest Indiana. Unfortunately, they're closed right now because we're trying to get all these installations done and have net metering before it goes away on July 1st. But what happens is we say we're vendor neutral. So the members of the co-op choose the installer. We conduct a competitive bid and share that information with the members of the co-op, and then they choose the installer, what they think is the best value that they can get from among the companies that bid on that project. However, we can also help people go solar on your own. If you go to our website, solarunitedneighbors.org, which you'll see that at the end of the presentation, there's a go solar on your own page. You can find all kinds of great resources there. And we also have a Go Solar team that if somebody goes on that page, they can schedule a 15-minute free appointment to talk through the information that they have gathered from different companies or just get their questions answered. So we're there for folks, whether they're in co-ops or not in co-ops, and it doesn't cost you anything to get that assistance. But we're also trying to create an equitable future by working with low and moderate income households around the country. We have projects going in a number of states. We've done this in Indianapolis, where we've helped raise funds and then provide low-cost solar installations to folks, sometimes paying for it completely through the funds that we were able to raise, but also energy efficiency upgrades, and then maintenance contracts for those folks so that they aren't hit with bills maybe later down the road when the warranty runs out 25, 30 years down the road. And again, we think it's important to combine those projects with solar energy efficiency. And we're working with another community in Indiana right now to get funding for another project like that for low and moderate income households that would also include workforce development. Building relationships. That's a really important piece of what we do. We're a service to anybody, as I mentioned, whether they're going solar in a co-op or outside of the co-op. And it's even some situations where we can't help them. Like I was called by a business recently that needed a system that was much bigger than the type of systems that we operate with. So we tried to connect that person with some resources that would help them down the road as their business decides whether or not they want to go solar, but also partnerships with some of those organizations that I mentioned earlier. We also celebrate our successes. We try to have a celebration for co-ops at the end of them, but we also have a solar congress that we try to have. We took a break during the pandemic, but this picture is from the 2019 Solar Congress of folks gathered around the Indianapolis area, and we're going to be doing that again this fall. We're in the midst of beginning our plans for that for this year. These gather folks from around the state. They learn about solar, they get some training on some things, they connect with other solar enthusiasts and supporters. It's a great event. So we're trying to do that. And then we also empower people through training and education. We provide Solar 101 sessions online where people can learn the basics of rooftop solar, learn some basics on financing, learn about the co-ops, but then we also provide national trainings for folks that want to learn more about solar or get involved in the solar movement. And then finally, fight for energy rights. Mobilizing for advocacy is a big piece of what we do. We have a solar action team, which meets monthly online, folks from around the state. They learn about what's happening in solar policy, how we can advocate for pro-solar policy. Sometimes trainings take place during those monthly meetings. So for example, our April meeting, we're going to be including a training on power mapping, helping people understand where the decision-making power lies in our communities and in the state, and the relationships that connect those decision makers. We also have a renewable energy day. Once a year, we do that with a lot of those partners I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation. It takes place annually in Indianapolis at the state capitol near the beginning of the state legislative session. It gives people an opportunity to learn more about what's happening with solar legislation and to visit in person with their state legislators and advocate for good solar policy. It provides an opportunity to connect with other solar supporters. And like I said, it's co-sponsored by a lot of those organizations. And so when Gilles talked about, talk to your legislator about trying to make sure net metering comes back, which has happened in Nevada. Nevada got rid of net metering. Enough people raised a stink that they brought it back. So it is possible to do that. And so if you're interested in that fight, in advocating for that, let me know, because we can get you involved in that advocacy at the state level. But I want to mention a victory that happened recently that demonstrated our theory of change. So one of the things when I work with co-ops, I hear a lot of times from folks who are members of homeowners associations, HOAs. Some HOAs are fine with solar going up on the roofs of the houses there, but some of them have very restrictive covenants and rules. And people contact me and say, I can't get my homeowners association to approve this. How do I do this? We have some resources on our website to help you work through that process, but also we're working to change the laws. So House Bill 1196, which is now House Enrolled Act 1196, guaranteed a way for people to get solar on their roof if they're a member of an HOA and their HOA leadership denies it. You get so many signatures. I can explain it later if you're interested. You get so many signatures in your HOA, and you can get solar on your roof of your house, even though the leadership doesn't want it there. And we did that by organizing the people who got involved in co-ops. We organized people who came to tabling events that we might have. We got them involved through Renewable Energy Day and online petitions and contacting their legislators, and particularly with the leadership of one super volunteer with Sun, Joey Miles, who's been working on this for years. And we got that bill passed. So that's a demonstration of how that can work. And we're also multiplying our presence then, as I mentioned, not just at the state capitol, but around the state with some tabling events. I'm going to be up at Michigan City in a couple of weeks at their event on April 23rd for Earth Day, doing some tabling. I'm out there at the reception there. If you want to come by and talk to me afterwards, I'd be happy to talk to you about that. And we're also working to create an equitable future. Rooftop community solar. If you live in an apartment, or your roof is not good for solar, it's facing the wrong way, or it needs repair, and you can't put solar up there. States around the country have community solar where folks can buy a portion of an installation someplace else. They buy a portion of that, and they get a representative portion of their investment of this electricity that's produced for that month. And that credit for that electricity comes off their bill. Unfortunately, in Indiana, that's illegal. You can't do that. And so, not surprisingly, some of the large utilities don't want that to happen. So we're trying to organize people around that. The NAACP at the state level has been the leader in this effort. And we're trying to, hopefully in the future, join them and trying to get community solar pushed through, which makes it more possible for low and moderate income households to get solar. So what can you do in your community? Well, you can help your community go solar by encouraging solar installations on government buildings. You can get involved with Sun or with some of the local organizations that come to Sun and say, hey, we want to do a co-op in our area. We'd be we'd be excited to work with you. And also you can get involved in some of our online events and in person and also share some of the things that we're doing, as well as what some of these other organizations are doing around solar on social media with your friends and family, spreading the word. One of the top, from studies have shown, the top reason people think about going solar is they saw their neighbor do it. Once they see a neighbor do it, then it starts to pop up all kinds of places. So spread the word. You can help by coming together by allowing, getting involved with some local events around education and resources with solar through things like adult ed programs, school programs, presentations to nonprofits like the Lions Club. And again, Sun is here to help you with that. And you can get on our email list and find out about our Solar Congress coming up this fall and other events. And again, there's a sign up list out at the table. But fighting for your energy rights, you can join our solar action team, but you could also get involved in a lot of those local and statewide partners. There's going to be, I know that Valpo is doing a lot here at the university, but there's other things going on in this area that you can get involved in. And if you need help finding some of those organizations, let me know. I know Nancy would be great to talk to in the Michigan City area, and she probably has regional knowledge as well so you can talk to her about that. And I want to mention that Hoosier Environmental Council is doing another event it's strictly online next Wednesday, April 13th. Each of you, I think, has some flyers at your desk there about that, but I also have some flyers out at my table as well. Again, my name is Dan Robinson, Solar United Neighbors of Indiana. That's our website for the state page, and that's the email address where you can reach us. But again, if you want to stop by the table, I can give you a card and we can talk some more. And that's it. Paul, do we have time for questions or we need to keep moving? Are there any questions or anything? Yeah.
What was that house bill number?
1196 house. It's now an enrolled act, so it's the law. HEA 1196. So you can go online, check the state legislation online at the state website, and find out if your representative or senator voted for that or against that. In this area, Ed Soliday is an important person at the state legislature about these issues. He's the co-chair of the 21st Century Energy Task Force, which meets this coming fall, summer into fall, and they're going to be dealing with a lot of these issues. So I really encourage you to contact him and let him know your opinions about this stuff. Yeah.
I hate to fix on net metering, but as a homeowner who doesn't have, here's my question.
Sure.
I've heard that, net metering is going to be going away, but is it like completely going away, or you get a partial credit?
Right. So what happens after net metering goes away, whether you install your system after July 1st, or whether in 2032 it goes away because you had net metering for 10 years. The way the law reads now is the credit you get for your excess electricity that you send out to the grid is 125% of wholesale value. So that's, and this is a really, really critical thing. And it would take, I don't want to chew up the rest of the day because it would take the rest of the day to sort of explain this fully, but the utilities are trying to change the way that electricity is measured. The way the law reads now is it's supposed to be measured on a monthly basis with your monthly bill. Your excess electricity goes out, it gets lopped off, your bill gets lopped off by the excess electricity, and then whatever's left over, instead of rolling over, you get 125% of wholesale value for your bill for that. They're trying to change it where it's measured instantaneously, where every kilowatt hour you send out to the grid, you get 125% of wholesale value. It would double the payback period on a system. This is caught up in the courts. Us and other statewide organizations are fighting this, but it's also probably going to be a battle at the state legislature at some point. This is a really, really, I can't emphasize enough how important this is to future solar owners. Right now, when net metering goes away, your payback period might get extended like 5 years, maybe 3 to 5 years. But like I said, if they get instantaneous netting, which one utility has gotten approval for, and the rest of them are trying to get, that doubles it immediately, the payback period. It makes it almost economically sort of a wash one way or the other. So does that answer your question? Yeah, okay.
Thank you, Dan.
Yeah.
So next on the agenda, we have Dr. Alexei Silikov. Now, he ran into some travel issues late last night. His flight got canceled. So it is my understanding that he's coming to us virtually. I know that he's going to be logging in as an administrator. I can introduce him, and then otherwise, if this takes a little bit, we do have a coffee set up, so we can often move around things like coffee breaks and whatnot. But Alexei is an assistant professor of chemistry at Penn State. Here he comes, at Penn State University. He did and we brought Alexei onto the panel to really try to give perspectives on how to store solar other than in PV and electricity. So that's kind of a series of 2 talks that we'll have today. Alexei being an expert on how you can store solar in organisms, and how like bacteria and how organisms can turn solar energy into things like fuels. And so Alexei's expertise is going to be how organisms can turn solar into hydrogen. And he's here to speak today and give a comprehensive view on, should that be successful, how prepared is the US for that? Can we live on hydrogen as a fuel, given that this is a means of solar energy storage that can be developed? He is an assistant professor of chemistry at Penn State University, and he did his PhD at Heinrich Heine University of Dusseldorf, Germany, working eventually at the Max Planck Institute for Bioinorganic Chemistry under the supervision of an absolute titan of photosynthesis knowledge, Wolfgang Lubitz, arguably one of the people who knows the most about photosynthesis today. He's been described by his peers as a tremendous up-and-comer of research, considering that Penn State did a move that is actually kind of rare. They hired him directly from his postdoctoral stint there, directly into his assistant professor job. So you can tell that they definitely want to keep him. Dr. Silakov's expertise studies how organisms can use solar energy to produce hydrogen, makes him an excellent choice today to discuss how we can scale this process up as a nation to produce carbon-free fuels and future biohybrid renewable energy technologies. Alexei, let's see if we can hear you.
Yes, can you hear me now?
I think you're coming through very well. Thank you so
All right,
much.
great.
Apologies for what must have been a rough time last night.
Yes, yeah. Well, first of all, thank you for inviting me to talk here. And I'm really sorry I couldn't come in person because my flight got canceled. I was sitting in the airport for about 3 hours when they were adding 30 minutes in 30 minutes increment every time. So that was kind of interesting experience. But anyway, so yeah, again, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak here. I would like to correct a bit. The technology of producing hydrogen from biological systems, it's still sort of in this rough, sort of a rough research area. And so I would like to give sort of a more general overview of hydrogen economy. I think that's much more useful for this audience here, just to see how we can use hydrogen as this sort of a catch-all technology for storing and transporting energy. And with that, I would like to start. So let's see how this works. Okay, yeah, very good. So first of all, what is hydrogen economy? And that's this umbrella term that pretty much captures every single aspect of generating and using hydrogen in a variety of industries and in a variety of applications. And so this is the scheme that US Department of Energy has created to sort of illustrate everything in one picture. But before I go there, I have to start by saying, why is hydrogen so important? And why we have to consider it when we talk about renewable energy economy. And so it all really comes down to that renewable energy is very intermittent. No matter what you take, whether you take the how much energy wind can produce, which would be this sort of the green trace on the on this graph, or the solar energy, which is this yellow bumps. Okay, this is, by the way, last week's data I pulled from the Energy Information Administration on what kind of energy is provided to the electrical grids. And the point here is that no matter what, there are always dark times as far as the renewable energy goes. Not every day is a windy day, right? We also have quiet days. There's nice sunny days when we have a lot of sun power, but then at night, there's no way to produce electricity. And so if we are completely to eliminate any use of fossil fuels, then we will end up with this situation when perhaps at sometimes we can produce more electricity than we need, but at sometimes we'll produce a lot less electricity than we need. And so this chase of renewable energy really comes down to can we store energy for dark periods? Okay, and just sort of to give you an idea, right now we are actually quite creative as a society on how we can store energy. But most of those storage solutions are industrial solutions. We can pump water up into a reservoir and then use hydroelectric power. We can compress air in the under the ground storage facilities and then use that compressed gas as a source of energy. Flywheel technology seems to be quite popular in some parts of industries. Thermal energy, sort of broadly defined, is quite popular again, and there are quite a few proof of concept molten salt type of facilities installed in the United States and across the globe. But now, all of those are kind of inconvenient and really depend on the region you're in, right? So it's not a universal solution in any particular parts of the country. The one that comes close to be universal storage solution is batteries, right? We all know batteries. We all have batteries. I'm pretty sure every one of you in the audience and on the internet use at least some sort of a battery right now in cells or in the cell phones or your watch or whatever. So, and there's a problem with batteries, okay? And that's what I want to focus on right now. Batteries is quite a dirty business, all right? The prevalent technology right now is the lithium-ion batteries, and producing these batteries associated with a lot of greenhouse gas formation. Based on the report that I pulled from Hans Mellin, there is about 73 kilograms of carbon dioxide equivalent produced per kilowatt hour battery. Okay, and so just to give you a perspective, one of the high capacity battery for Tesla is 82 kilowatt hours, and that equates to about 6 tons of carbon dioxide equivalent produced. And so, I mean, by itself, the number doesn't really give you much of an idea, but if you compare it to how much a gasoline car would produce, so my car, my foot is a little heavy, so my car is not very efficient. So I have about 30 miles per gallon in my car. And I will produce 6 tons of carbon dioxide from burning fuel in about 20,000 miles, okay? So Tesla is a better car as far as greenhouse goes, but it's not that great, okay? And that's just carbon dioxide alone. Mining lithium is also a huge environmental problem. Most of the lithium is mined from brine. It's just the water that's very salty, and it's underground usually, and you pump it up to the ground, lay down in these big fields, let it evaporate, and the crust that remains is enriched in lithium. And so you need about 2 tons of water to mine a kilogram of lithium, which is a lot of water that's just wasted. And so the areas of brine mining, they're just devastated of water. If you Google brine mining, most pictures you come up with are this desolated places with no green vegetation anywhere, okay? And so that's one problem. The ground destabilization is another issue because we pump water out of the ground. Because of the evaporation, the salinity of the rivers in the areas become extremely increased quite a bit. And then there's just general toxic waste and soil contamination. So all of that is a problem, right? And then another big issue, especially for this part of the world, is that there are only a few places that can produce lithium in high yields. Australia is dominating now the market, taking, if I remember right, 60% or 70% of the market right now, and then followed by Chile, China, and Argentina as other dominant lithium suppliers. United States is nowhere near there, and that can become a national security issue as well if we are dependent on lithium-ion technology for our energy needs, right? We will have to be dependent on other countries. And so that's on its own a problem. So all of that is to say, we have solutions to store energy, but they're not great. And every single one of those solutions, I can talk for hours about the problems with them. Okay, and so that's one problem. The second problem is if we take solar energy, not every state is a sunshine state. We have some states that are highly deprived of sun, and there are those like California and Arizona and New Mexico that have a lot of sun per year, and so those places will be great for producing sun power, solar power, I'm sorry. And so then we also need to figure out, okay, if we want to utilize all that sun, solar irradiance, how would we transport that to less fortunate regions? And by far, the most easy solution that is prevalent here is just by electric power lines, right? But the problem is you can only go so far with conductors. The world record for the power lines is about 150 miles. That's in Brazil, in a high voltage direct current power lines. In the United States, we actually don't have many very long power lines at all. The record lines I could find, at least, is really just on paper. We have this new Grain Belt Express clean line that will be installed in, I think, about 10 years from now. And that will have the record-breaking within the United States length of about 780 miles. Okay, now that sounds like a lot, but if you put that in perspective, it's actually not that much. Okay, so that line will deliver power from Kansas all the way to the borders of Indiana, and so you guys will benefit a lot from this in the foreseeable future. And it is planned to deliver electricity primarily produced by wind power, which is absolutely great, I think. But here's the thing. This line, even being so long on this grand scheme of things, it's not long enough to, let's say, supply power from California all the way to Maine. And if we want to power something with solar energy that is in Alaska, for example, forget it. It's not going to work. And so other solutions need to exist, right? And we cannot just carry batteries across everything. And so if I want to get rid of fossil fuels, then we really have to find new solutions. And I think these are the two main problems, the storage and delivery, that made United States Department of Energy to consider hydrogen as a next possible viable solution. And so why is hydrogen? Okay. Well, it checks most of the boxes, at least in theory, all right? Obviously, there are problems there. But hydrogen is the most abundant element in the universe. We will have no shortage of that. It can be produced from diverse resources. Now, hydrogen by itself is not abundant on Earth. Hydrogen gas is too light. It escapes the gravitational pull of planet. And even though in the universe, there's a lot of hydrogen gas on the planet, we actually don't have much at all. So we have to produce it. But the fact that we can produce from diverse resources, it's actually great. Another important point is, even if we forget about fancy technologies, we can always combust hydrogen and use energy like that. So even if sort of the Flintstone approach will work. Another great thing about combustion hydrogen is it's clean. There's some asterisks about that, and I'll come to that later. But generally speaking, it's a chemistry 101. Combustion of hydrogen with oxygen generates water, nothing else. Okay. And another great point about hydrogen as gas, per mass, it has a lot of energy. That's the perks of being the first element in the periodic table. Hydrogen bonds the hydrogen gas per kilogram contains about 33 kilowatt hours of energy, which is about 3 times more than what you get from diesel, or maybe a little bit less than 3 times for natural gas. And for example, lithium-ion battery per kilogram has less than a kilowatt hour, okay? It's actually less than half. And so that makes hydrogen extremely promising energy carrier, right? It can be transported long distances. I mean, this comes with an asterisk that I will be talking about as well. But the great thing is it can be used in all sorts of economies, and you can envision utilization of hydrogen everywhere from local household all the way to these big industrial facilities. And as far as environment goes, it's also extremely important to note that it's non-toxic, it's non-harmless to humans, it doesn't have any smell. So it's great, right? So what are the problems, right? And so for the rest of the talk, I would like to sort of follow the, oh, right, one more thing, I'm sorry. Another thing I have to note is that we already use hydrogen a lot, okay? And we spend a lot of energy producing hydrogen because we need it for refining steel and generally metals. Production of ammonia takes a lot of hydrogen. So fertilizers need hydrogen. We start thinking of how to use hydrogen in transportation. Methanol production requires hydrogen. And there are other applications like just using it as heat, for example. And so, yeah, even if we forget about renewable energy, hydrogen, production of hydrogen specifically is a big problem on its own. And so for that reason, the DOE, US Department of Energy, developed this plan for near-term and long-term research into hydrogen economy. And it derived this into 5 different areas: production, delivery, storage, combustion, and application. And I'm not going through all of this, it's just too much to talk about. And I would like to focus on a few important areas. And so first one is the production, obviously. So how we can produce hydrogen cleanly. And right now, majority of hydrogen is produced using something called steam methane reforming. It takes methane, passes it through highly heated steam of water, and the result of this reaction is carbon monoxide and hydrogen. Now, carbon monoxide is a toxic gas, so in the majority of facilities that I am aware of, carbon monoxide is passed through water again, and that converts it into a molecule of carbon dioxide and hydrogen. So this is what's happening. And even though this is actually a highly efficient process, it's surprisingly efficient, it's extremely pollutant. We need about 5 to 10 kilowatt hours of heat to produce about a kilogram of hydrogen. Overall, this kind of factories, they generate about 5 to 10 kilograms of carbon dioxide per kilogram of hydrogen. And so if you just calculate all that, assuming that there's 33 kilowatt hours in a kilogram of hydrogen, then that will come up to about 1/3 of a kilogram of carbon dioxide per kilowatt hour. So it's a lot better than lithium-ion battery, all right? But it's still a lot of greenhouse gases produced, which is an issue. And this sort of process takes up about 92% of hydrogen production worldwide right now. The second best option is electrolysis of water. We can pass electricity through water. Again, that's something you can do at home, for example. You can generate hydrogen yourself, not very efficiently though. And so the efficiency of this kind of cells on the industrial scale can go up to about 70%. So for 1 kilogram of hydrogen produced, you will be spending about 50 to 60 kilowatt hours of electricity. Okay, so it's a lot of electricity, right? And even though this is claimed to be a cleaner solution, currently that's not the case actually. So the dirty secret of electrolysis is where the electricity comes from, right? And I just pulled data for this year, and for every kilowatt hour electricity produced, there's about 0.4 kilogram of carbon dioxide released, okay? And so that all together comes to about 20 kilograms of carbon dioxide per kilogram of hydrogen. So it's actually less clean than doing steam methane reforming at this moment. However, what's good about this technology is that we are using electricity, and we already know we can produce electricity from photovoltaics, and the photovoltaic technologies are only going to get better. And so eventually, I think this is how we can solve this problem, is by using solar energy to produce hydrogen. And I mean, photovoltaics is only one of the technologies, and I'll get back to that on the next slide. But at least just to get you an idea, the best case scenario, it's the photovoltaic cell produced by National Research Energy Laboratory. It has an efficiency of 47%. And with a 60% efficiency of electrolysis, that comes down to solar to hydrogen efficiency of 28%. So that's already better than the US DOE target. But if you talk about commercial products that you can buy right now, that have the solar efficiency of about 22-23%, that comes down to solar to hydrogen efficiency of about 14%. But my point here is, even with this sort of technology, it's already possible to produce hydrogen relatively efficiently. Now, and so DOE defines this sort of a near-term solutions to our dirty problem of producing hydrogen in this sort of several steps. The most important is the technology we have right now is not going to go away anytime soon. So we need to figure out how to make this more clean. And it all boils down to how we can capture carbon. And so carbon capturing, utilization, storage is one of those concepts in general that extremely important to implement right now. We can take carbon dioxide and either store it for future use or directly pump it into production of liquid fuels, the synthetic fuels, or something like concrete. And that's something that already is implemented. And at this point, it's just a matter of legislation and sort of just having the driving force behind pushing this technology onto the industry. Sort of more into the future, we need to improve electrolysis. We need to figure out how to couple some sort of photovoltaics to electrolysis in a way that's far more efficient. The numbers I showed you in the previous slide, they're just calculations based on the best case scenario, all right? In reality, the efficiencies are a lot smaller and there are losses in between as well. And then the efficiency of the electrolysis cells, they have to improve quite dramatically. And even from the basic perspective of temperature and pressure design of the cells, there's still a lot we can improve. And then, again, back to the hydrogen production, there is a completely different route one can take, and it is something that's catching on right now in the scientific community, and that is making some sort of purpose-built photovoltaic cells that directly couple to water splitting cells. Perovskite seems to be the future technology for the photovoltaic cells. And currently the efficiency, this is just one of the snapshots I had pulled from last year's scientific paper. It claims about 17% efficiency, still below the DOE level, but target level, but it's getting close. Okay, so even with this technology alone, we can already do quite a bit. But then, as Paul said before, my research is focused on learning how we can use biology to help us with our energetic needs. And this is just sort of the kind of a joke slide. Algae are known to produce hydrogen using photosystem inside. And so back when this was just beginning, the ideas got caught by this designer firm in France, and they sketched up some sort of a biohydrogen airship. It's complete nonsense, but at least it gives you an idea where the general public's mind is going. Okay, so we can use hydrogen to levitate airships using algae farms that can produce hydrogen. So anyway, but closer to the reality, what our plans are is following. There are a lot of photosynthetic organisms out there that we can use for bioengineering. We can take photosystem from this from those organisms. Algae is a great platform. Cyanobacteria is a great platform. And all of them, they have this photosynthetic machinery that very efficiently takes sunlight and converts it into chemical energy. What we want to do is to couple that to another system that is very efficiently producing hydrogen. It's called hydrogenase, which is why that airship called hydrogenase in this French design. And so hydrogenase is this great enzyme that can take electrons and protons and produce hydrogen with what we call zero bias, meaning without application of any additional energy. So all it needs is enough electrons and protons to combine it and to produce hydrogen. That's it. So, and I think that's one of the possible future solutions to our hydrogen generation problem. And we already know how to farm algae or even cyanobacteria for biomass production. This is this picture over here of this algae farm in Australia. We can create this enormous fields that produce this algae and figure out a way to pipe hydrogen out for storage. And so that's what it is. Now, I'm not going to go into detail. I don't want to be too scientific about this right now. This is not the purpose of this symposium. So I would leave it at that here. And I just want to mention another technology that can be used to produce hydrogen. And that one is just having this ability of sun to just heat water to high degrees. If you focus sun on a small surface, some of you may have done this experiments with the lens when you can burn wood with the lens, right? Same idea here. You can focus sun on a small area and then pass water through that area. And at high temperatures, water just gives up hydrogen and it splits it into hydrogen and water and completely energy-free production, so to say. I mean, if we forget about installation costs, right? So, but anyway, the projected efficiency is about 25%, which is right on par with what DOE wants for solar to hydrogen production. So that's another way to do that, okay? And so that's all I want to say about the production. And then I want to quickly go through the other challenges of hydrogen economy. And one of the biggest ones, I think production we can nail. One way or the other, it will work. The biggest issue is actually delivery and storage. And I want to combine it all into the one sort of bit here. When you think about storing hydrogen, I'm sure some of you have this crossed your mind that hydrogen is just highly flammable. We all know what happened to the Hindenburg in 1937, just burst in flames, killing all the passengers of this Zeppelin. That was the airship at the time to transport people. And there's a good reason for that. Air contains a lot of oxygen, obviously, and together with hydrogen, it just can combust, right? It doesn't do this spontaneously. It needs a spark. But once it has a spark, it can combust and create this destruction. And so this is a problem, all right? However, there is a study that actually shown this is not as big of a deal as you would think. The good thing about hydrogen, it's a lot lighter than air. And so when hydrogen is released from a ruptured tank, for example, it just goes up, okay? And so if it ignites, the flame, it just shoots straight up away from the car. Opposite to that, if the same thing happens to a natural gas powered car, the natural gas would just spread around, creating this balloon of natural gas around the vehicle. And if you ignite that, it just creates a ball of fire that completely destroys the car within 60 seconds. And so my point here is that this is actually not a problem. We already know how to deal with combustible substances, natural gas. Most of our homes have that. Buses drive on natural gas. At least around Penn State here, we have this kind of gas buses. Gasoline cars, anyone who knows how to put the piston from the gas pump to the car is fine and safe as long as you don't smoke around it, right? So as long as we are doing nothing stupid, I think we'll be okay with hydrogen there, okay? So that's the point. But the real problem with hydrogen is actually not safety, but the fact that hydrogen cannot be compressed much. So before I told you that per kilogram, hydrogen has the highest content of energy. But if you try to compress it and talk about volumetric energy content, meaning how much energy is there in a specific volume, like in a liter, then hydrogen is actually pretty terrible. It's much worse than any liquid fuels we use right now, such as diesel or petroleum or ethanol or methanol or anything of that sort. And that's kind of the problem of hydrogen, that if we want to put this into the car, we need 3 or 4 times larger gas tank to contain the same amount of energy as we would do with petroleum. So that's kind of the problem. The good thing is it's a lot better than lithium-ion battery anyway. So if we are okay with having lithium-ion batteries in cars, we should be able to figure out a way to put hydrogen in there. That's the point. On the industrial scale, hydrogen is also can be stored in large caverns, like in Britain, that is old salt mines that are sealed off and hydrogen pumped into that for storage for industrial use later on. So it is possible. However, it's still a problem, and that's what makes hydrogen not an economically viable mean of transporting energy at the moment. And so there are a lot of research done to figure out how we can store energy in hydrogen efficiently. Cryogenic storage is one of those things. We can liquefy hydrogen at very low temperatures, minus 400 degrees Fahrenheit or 20 degrees Kelvin. That's what it takes, and it is possible. In my lab, we're using a lot of liquid helium, which is at 4 Kelvin, and it is not that big of a deal. So we can do that, and this technology is relatively mature right now. Other option is to invest in pipeline, just like we have with natural gas, just have pipes across the country. And according to DOE, this is one of the most efficient ways of transporting hydrogen, although it does come with a high capital cost, right? So that's probably more sort of a near future solution that develop this sort of things, at least for the industrial purposes. As far as more sort of the consumer-based technology, we need to do better than that. And there are 2 primary solutions that have been drawn out. One is just having some sort of hydrogen carriers, either so-called metal hydrides or the carbon nanostructures, basically some porous materials that can bind hydrogen somehow. And when you pressurize, hydrogen goes in and stays there. And then with a little bit of heat, it can get released and used. Other option is to convert hydrogen to other molecules. For example, we can convert carbon dioxide with hydrogen to methanol, and we can use that as a fuel. We already use hydrogen to generate ammonia from nitrogen, and that could be another option. And so if you put this all together on a map, there's this really complicated graph that shows all possible solutions. And sort of on one axis, you have the volumetric density of hydrogen, meaning how small we can make our cells and how light it can be, okay? And so the DOE target is to be somewhere within this region here. Ammonia, for example, is right there. The red dots here is the metal hydrides. Methanol is right there too. So it is possible to do, but the problem with any of these technologies is there's a lot of energy needed to generate metal hydrides, methanol, or ammonia. Actually, it takes a lot of energy to produce. So it's not a great solution yet, and there's a lot we need to learn still as researchers to make this an economically viable solution. Okay, so there's that. And as a last part, I know I'm kind of over time right now, but just quickly go through the last two bits, and that's the conversion and application of hydrogen. So if we can store energy in hydrogen, we need to figure out a way to extract that energy back, which is also not a trivial problem. And there's a lot we can talk about that. Industry uses some methods, but what I would like to talk about is how consumers can use hydrogen, okay? And the big thrust right now in quite a few developed countries is to develop hydrogen technology for transportation. And from that point, we have really two options here. Either use hydrogen in combustion or find a way to take hydrogen in a sort of a fuel cell to generate electricity. Okay, and so both of these technologies have been applied to passenger cars. BMW have made this car in 2005, 2007, where they used the liquid hydrogen, at 20 Kelvin to power a combustion engine car. The tank was enormous. It's 170 liters, and it contains about 12 kilograms of hydrogen. The problem with that was, and it still is actually, that the combustion engines are extremely inefficient. And so in that car, which is a result of decades of research on the BMW side, so the efficiency of that car was about 80 miles per kilogram of hydrogen, which is hilariously terrible. And then there is another problem with combustion. Hydrogen combusts at high energy, at high temperatures, and so when that happens in air, air contains a lot of nitrogen. And so during this combustion, nitrogen and oxygen can react together, forming nitric oxides. Those gases are quite poisonous, toxic, and this can be a problem on its own. And so it's also not very environmentally friendly, even though hydrogen itself combusts cleanly with water, right? So, but anyway, so that's that. And fuel cell electric cars, they have their own problems too. Like you can buy right now a Toyota Mirai 2022 model has a hydrogen gas tank of about 120 liters, which contains about 5 kilograms of hydrogen. There are a dozen of hydrogen pump stations around California, so you can actually use it now. And it gets you about 60 to 70 miles per kilogram of hydrogen. So it's not a bad solution on its own, but there's a big caveat with those sort of cars, and that is the fuel cell. So basically you use hydrogen to produce electricity. And to do that, you need a catalyst, something that can actually facilitate the reaction. And right now, the only technology we have is platinum group-based metals. And that is an issue. We don't have much platinum. Overall, worldwide, we have about 70 tons of platinum in the mines. And it's only in a few places in South Africa and Russia. And so all that makes it extremely expensive, right? And also, of course, poses the national security threat, because we have to rely on these countries for our needs. And then if you calculate, there are about 1 billion passenger cars right now on the planet. And if we replace every single one of them with this sort of technology, with about 50 grams of platinum per hydrogen car, then we'll use up most of those resources in an instant. That will need about 50 tons of platinum, and we'll just deplete our resources right there, leaving nothing for any other industries. And speaking of that, Right now, the mining of platinum topped up at about 20 tons per year. So we also have that bottleneck to worry about. So all that is to say, there is a problem with converting hydrogen to energy. And so what would be the future solutions for that? Well, again, combustion is easy. It doesn't require anything special. You just need to ignite hydrogen. And so there's still a lot of research going into this kind of technology. But what needs to happen is we need to get rid of nitric oxide. We need to figure out a way to cleanly combust hydrogen in a way that is not polluting anything. And obviously the combustion engines, they're extremely inefficient. Most of the energy produced by combustion goes into heat, not into motion. So we need to change that somehow. And then also, if we're talking about storing hydrogen in other reformed molecules like ammonia or ethanol, we need to figure out how to use that as a combustion media. And as far as the fuel cell technology goes, there's a long way to go. The efficiency right now is not great. It's not economically viable. And the fact that we're using platinum group metals makes it a lot worse. So research needed to find out the better cells that use common metals. Something of transition metals like iron or nickel would be great. And again, if we talk about storing hydrogen in these fused materials or reformed materials, we have to figure out how to use that in conjunction with those fuel cells. And so that's really all I have. I would like to skip all that and just sort of finish up with this executive summary that was produced by the IEA in their Global Hydrogen Review from 2021. And I agree with most of it 100%. I think hydrogen had quite a few rough starts, and we had quite a few failures, like that hydrogen car from BMW. It was a complete flop economically, but I think the new beginning is around the corner indeed. But the main problem is, I think the our society right now does not have enough of decisive action on figuring out hydrogen technology. We need to be much more ambitious with this project in order to make this a viable approach to our energy storage and delivery. And even though quite a few countries now invest quite heavily in hydrogen technology, I think cooperation with between countries would be a great help in this. And with that, I would like to stop. And again, I'm sorry for running over time.
Very good, Alexei. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think you did a great job connecting the interplay between hydrogen and solar that is certainly going to be needed for us. So Derek, could I possibly hire you to run a microphone to anyone in the audience who would like to ask Alexei something? Do we have any, that way he can pick up on it. Are there any questions from the audience for Alexei? Alexei, did that question go through?
No, I didn't hear it. Can you just repeat it? I think that.
Yes. The question is, how many gallons of water does it take to make 1 kilogram of hydrogen?
Okay, I haven't calculated that, but let's see. So the water molecule is 2 parts of hydrogen, 16 parts of oxygen, right? So if that's your water, I don't know the density of water, so I can only speak in the kilograms. And so you will have this 2:8 ratio, right, of hydrogen to water in that respect. As far as the gallons go, I cannot tell. And the problem is, again, how you compress hydrogen, right? And but okay, let me see. As a scientist, I'm I more like to think in kilograms, so I actually don't know how that converts to gallons. I'm sorry. So anyway, 1 liter of water is 1 kilogram, right? And so in that we have about what is it, 20 grams of hydrogen, right? So how does that relate to gallons? Cannot tell. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, coming from Europe, it's hard for me to think in gallons, but basically, yeah, that would be it roughly. That answers your question in any way.
I think it's a 1-to-9 ratio, 2 grams hydrogen, 18 grams water.
Oh, right, and 1 to 9. Yeah, that's right. So this would be about that ratio, correct? Yeah.
Derek, do you want to speak into the mic just to see if Alexi can hear you?
Test. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Cool.
Sorry, it wasn't on before. Any other questions? I think I had one on I think a comment that you had made, which was regarding the installation. And I know that it was a joke at the time, but the question was after we pay the installation costs. I think one of the variables that's always considered, even when people were developing batteries, was exactly how pricey it is. Do you see the cost of many of these things being comparable or competitive kind of right away? Because I think in terms of the electrolysis market, there are some ways hydrogen is cost competitive right now.
It's close, you're right. I think, yes, I think it's coming close to be economically viable. Hydrogen technology, so a lot of costs is also associated with how popular the technology is, right? And so once the fuel cells go to the market and become distributed across things, and the production will become more efficient, then I think it's going to be more economically viable than it is right now, just out of that, without changing the technology itself. So yeah, I think we're close, if that answers your question.
Anything else from? We have nothing else here. So Lexi, thank you very much. Sorry about your travel worries, but
That's
we
okay.
appreciate that you were able to join us and enlighten us about hydrogen. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have about enough time for about a 10 to 15-minute break. There is coffee outside for those of you who need to refuel. I want to give 1 or 2 notes before you go. We can come back in about 10:40, 10:45 or so. We have 2 speakers after that. So our own Valpo's Luke Venstrom will lead us off, and then we'll have a discussion with Nick Cohen, the CEO of Doro Renewables, who is here. So come on out and interact with some of the booths that are outside. A note about lunchtime. So you have the option to eat lunch with us here at Valpo. The way that that will work is that we have vouchers to get into the campus cafeteria. So after our afternoon session, we would come and grab a voucher, and then I'm sure we will lead a contingency over there it's not very far. The building, when you kind of leave to the left, holds the cafeteria and it's all the way to the right. So I'll reemphasize this when it comes close. The cafeteria has like a sandwich bar, a salad bar, kind of normal grill fare, pizza. I'm told there's a brunch set up, and there will be at least 1 extra station that I will have more news for you afterwards. So you have that option. Again, lunch is on us. If you want to get a voucher, it'll enter you into the cafeteria. But I wanted to at least make you aware of those food options. Okay, so we have coffee in the room that's right outside, and we will reconvene in about 10, 15 minutes. Thank you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Doing an audio check to make sure the lobby can hear me, as I think I was just muted up until then. But we should be good now. Testing, testing. Okay. Do you want to walk around? Then probably. If you leave this mic's vicinity, it's okay. I'm very pleased to introduce Dr. Luc Venstrom. He is the co-director of the James Markovits Solar Energy Research Facility, which you are all not very far from. It's just a short walk over there. It is the only solar furnace at a primarily undergraduate engineering college. So Indiana is very unique in that way. Dr. Venstrom comes to us from doing his PhD at the University of Minnesota Twin Cities under Jane Davidson, who's a very big name to have as a mentor in research. She's a Frank Kreith Energy Award winner, honoring engineering contributions to solar research. Luc is the 2019-2020 Valparaiso University Research Professor and the 2021 recipient of the Award for Excellence in Research and Creative Work. And he will discuss today integrating undergraduate students into cutting-edge, high-temperature concentrated solar energy research that Alexei referred to a little bit earlier, but is a new means of storing solar. Luc, thank you for joining us.
Well, thank you, Dr. Smith, and thank you for the invitation to come and say a few words. So you're looking at a picture of the James S. Markowitz Solar Energy Research Facility. And as Paul mentioned, sort of the cornerstone piece of instrumentation that we have is our solar furnace, which does sort of what it sounds like. A furnace heats things up. So we heat things up using concentrated light. And behind that glass garage door, if you see that circular structure that has lots of little dots in it, those are actually individual mirror facets. And those are the things that concentrate the light down, much like a magnifying glass would concentrate light. And so we're using that to study all kinds of interesting things, and we're really, really blessed to have it here. I have my talk kind of broken up into two parts. I'd like to start by kind of taking a step back and looking at how we use energy in the United States, the challenges associated with integrating more and more renewable energies like solar and wind, and some potential solutions to those challenges. And that hopefully will launch us into some of the work that we're doing in the Solar Energy Research Group here at Valpo to address some of those challenges. And that's work that Dr. Shore was a part of from the very beginning. And I just want to acknowledge that we miss him so much in what we're doing every day. And we think about him often. And the work that I'll share with you today is work that he contributed to. So with that, here's how we use energy today, right now in the United States. This is data from 2020. So we were the #2 user of energy in the worldwide. China was #1, and we used 100 quads of energy. So a quad is a very funny unit of energy. So let me give you a sense of what that means. 1 quad of energy is enough energy to power the average US residents for 1.4 billion years. So hopefully that gives you a sense of the scope of energy use. This is a huge problem, all right? And that 100 quads is broken up as you see in the pie chart. So 35% petroleum, 34% natural gas, and 10% coal. Those are all fossil-based energies. That's what we'd like to get rid of. So we're still well over half of our energy is coming from fossil-based sources. 9% nuclear, and then we have that nice little 12% green slice. That's the renewable energy that we're using right now. And if we break that one down even further, you can see the types of renewable energies that we're integrating right now into our energy system: solar, geothermal, biomass, wind, and hydroelectric. So hydroelectric are dams. Think of the Hoover Dam or the Grand Coulee Dam, right? So solar is 11% of the 12%, and wind is 25% of the 12%, right? So when you add those up together, that means that in 2020, solar and wind provided 5% of all of the energy that we used in the country. That's still a pretty small number. It's, I have to say though, way bigger than it was 10 years ago when I first started got into the solar game, when it was less than 1%. And if you further restrict energy use down to just electricity, so this is all energy. It would include electricity, gasoline that we use to get ourselves around in our cars and our buses. But if we just restrict to electricity, then the number goes up a little bit more, and solar and wind was 11%. So it's small, but I bring a message of hope. It's changing very, very rapidly. All right, so solar and wind are being deployed at record rates in our country. This graph shows you how electrical energy production from renewables has changed since 1985. So you're looking at hydropower, hasn't really changed. That's the blue line. Geothermal hasn't really changed. That's the brown line. Biofuels is yellow. And then your green and red lines are solar and wind. So you can see them picking up. They're ramping up. And right now the question is where are they going to go to? And to give you a sense of how rapid this deployment is, last year in 2021, 70% of all of the new electricity generating capacity in the United States was solar and wind. That was a record, right? Why? Why are we deploying solar and wind at record rates? Is it because the country is full of environmentally minded people? No, I don't think that's the case. I think the case is because it's the cheapest option. So what I'm showing you on this graph is something called the levelized cost of energy, unsubsidized. So we're excluding taxes. This, I'll tell you also, this cost excludes things like negative externalities. So there's no additional cost for, say, a coal-fired power plant because of the health costs that we incur, that people incur because of the use of coal, say release of sulfur dioxides or mercury into the atmosphere. The levelized cost is the sum of all of the costs of installing a new generating asset over its lifetime. So this includes the cost to build it, it includes the cost to operate it and maintain it, and it includes the cost of buying any fuel if you have to buy fuel to produce your electricity. You add that all up over the lifetime of the plant. And you divide by all of the energy that that plant produces over its lifetime. And that division gives you this levelized cost. So it's a metric that we can use to compare technologies. It's not perfect, okay, as I'll show you, but it's not a bad place to start. And I've grouped this levelized cost into two parts. The red bars are conventional generating technologies and the blue bars are renewables, all right? So if you look at this, solar, PV utility, and wind are the lowest bars, right? 3.7 cents per kilowatt hour and 4 cents per kilowatt hour. That's the lowest unsubsidized levelized cost energy right now. So what the heck is going on then, right? You might say, well, why aren't we not just taking all of our natural gas, combined cycle plants, all of our coal plants offline? Well, we are taking coal plants offline. We're not doing natural gas, but part of it is that you have to remember, this is new generating capacity. This isn't the cost of the stuff that's already there. So if you look at the marginal cost of continuing to run a plant that was what we called fully depreciated, that just means it's old, right? Those numbers fall more in line, right, with the cost of new solar and wind. But new solar and wind still competes on an unsubsidized basis. All right, this is why you're seeing it being deployed so rapidly. You can also note that not all solar is created equal. So it's cheaper on a levelized cost basis to install large solar farms like the Mammoth solar farm that we're going to hear about, right, than it is to install, say, solar on a rooftop. And it's because of economies of scale. There are all kinds of reasons for that, right? But that's what I'm talking about when I'm talking about solar. I'm talking about really large scale plants. So why don't we just keep going with this? Is there a ceiling to where solar and wind can go, is a question. And the answer is that it's a difficult question to answer. And there's challenges associated with using variable renewable energies to meet our electricity. This is graph that shows, this is real data from Texas, and it's coming from a book that I highly recommend you all read by Amory Lovins from the Rocky Mountain Institute. And it's showing you the load, okay? The load is the electricity demand. It's what is needed right now. And if we don't meet the electricity load, the lights turn off. So I want you to kind of imagine yourself as a grid operator. It's your job to make sure that the lights stay on. So the demand is being called for. You have to make sure that there's something to supply that electrical demand at all times. So here's the challenge. If you look at solar and wind generation, it's variable, right? It's changing all the time. And as Alexei pointed out, there are times when we don't have enough solar and wind to meet all of the load. That's certainly one challenge. That's when VRE supply falls short of demand. Right? There's another challenge in that sometimes, because of the variability, solar and wind actually exceeds the demand. And that happened right here on day 4. You see the little yellow line go over the black line here. There was actually too much solar and wind at that time. And so when that happens right now, what's mostly being done is that energy is curtailed. That means it's just wasted. It's put into the ground. And it's actually not free to do that. It costs something because that's not an easy thing to do. So these are important. And then another one that's really, really important, again, and this is where you have to imagine yourself as an operator, is that because of the variability of solar and wind, there are rapid changes in the power production levels over time. Look at the solar right here, for example, on day 1. So the load is going up, the solar is coming down, and that means you're losing all of this power. You have to turn something up to keep the load. And it has to be ready right now, right? I have to have what's called dispatchable power, something that I can turn on and off or ramp up and down whenever I want. And that's a real big challenge with integrating more and more solar and wind onto the grid. We have to be able to deal with that because we have to keep the lights on. Solutions to this problem. So there are solutions, of course, there are challenges, but there are always solutions. I want to talk about 3. So one is something called dispatchable demand. So imagine, instead of trying to work on the supply side, look at the load curve. Are there ways that we can reduce the load to make it more closely match the solar and wind output? And if you've ever heard of programs called demand response, that's what these programs are all about. An example might be a smart thermostat that you let your utility company control. So say in the summertime, in the middle of the day, when it's really, really hot, right, you're running your air conditioning to keep your house cool. You allow your utility company to turn your thermostat up 1 degree in order to save on demand that your air conditioner would otherwise need. And that lowers the demand curve to make it better match the variable solar and wind output. So that's one possible solution. The other possible solution is having dispatchable supply. And that means having this ability to turn plants on and off. And right now, what's mostly being done is we're using gas power to match that and beats dispatchable supply, natural gas. There's a third option though, okay? The one that I like the best, because this option can be both dispatchable demand and dispatchable supply. It can serve both roles, and that's energy storage, which Alexei told us about. So energy storage is able to be dispatchable demand. When you have too much variable renewable energy, energy storage can become a place where your grid operator can say, oh, I've got too much, throw it into my energy storage, save it up, put it there, right? We're not curtailing it, we're putting it into the storage. That's dispatchable demand. And then it can become also dispatchable supply. When we have more load than available solar and wind, now this energy storage system, the grid operator can say, hey, turn that on right now. I need you right now. And the energy storage can release its energy and it becomes like dispatchable supply. So energy storage works both ways, and that's why it has a lot of value. Okay? So can we get to a net zero future, no carbon associated with our energy use? The answer, I think, is yes. I will say it. Every energy expert that I'm aware of agrees that we can do this, that it's technically feasible, right? The debate is over how to get there, right? I'm showing you a solution of one expert. Okay, this is an expert from Stanford University. His name is Mark Jacobson, and he runs the Solutions Project. And he has looked at how we would do this in the United States, of having a 100% renewable energy system. And he figured out how to do that, matching supply and demand all the time. And so what you're looking at here is the outcome of his modeling efforts, what he says will make that happen. And you can see a mix of variable renewable energies, right? So you have residential rooftop solar, like Chris and Gilles told us about. You have solar plants, 16.4%. That's like the Mammoth Solar Farm. We have plenty of wind, onshore and offshore, a little bit of hydro. All of that works. What is an important assumption in Jacobson's model is the availability of energy storage. Not just energy storage that works over the course of days, but energy storage that works over the course of weeks and months. Because one of the real challenges is we have excess solar energy in the summertime and not enough solar energy in the wintertime. And we need to be able to move that around. And Jacobson's model actually assumes that we have access to things like hydrogen storage and some other long duration energy storage technologies. So to make a vision like this one a reality, which I would like to see happen, we need to have cheap, long duration energy storage, I think. Jacobson may argue with me on that. He may say, we don't need any new innovations. I think to make it the most cost effective, well, everyone would agree, if we had a cheaper long duration energy storage, it would be cheaper to get here. So let's work on it, all right? And that's where the solar group at Velpo, we're trying to contribute to that part of the story. So this is the shift of the talk, all right? So that was energy storage. Now we'll talk about what we're doing at Velpo in particular. And Alexei already talked a little bit about this. One possible long duration energy storage technology is to produce hydrogen. So the idea here is when we have excess electricity, we run an electrolyzer that uses water and we split the water into hydrogen and oxygen. The hydrogen can be stored and used again when we want it. And a developed technology for making that happen is electrolysis. It's developed, I would say, we know how to do it, but we haven't shown that we can do it at scale quite yet. So it would take a lot of work, right, to scale up a conventional electrolysis process to serve as the long duration storage. One of the advantages of this is that we know how to do it and it happens at roughly room temperature. And Alexei alluded to some of potentially the disadvantages. He talked a lot about the efficiency, right? The efficiency with which we can do this when we couple solar electric panels to electrolyzers is low. So there's another approach. We can actually use concentrated sunlight to split water into hydrogen and oxygen. And Alexei also alluded to this. It's called the thermolysis approach. So you can actually just take water and you can heat it to exceedingly high temperatures, over 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit, and the water will just break into hydrogen and oxygen. It's a thermodynamic possibility. I don't think it'll ever happen, actually, because there's an enormous challenge of getting the hydrogen and oxygen back when they're mixed together. So does anyone know what the Saturn V rocket used to launch astronauts into the moon? Liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. Okay, so it's really tough to keep them separate and they're really energetic when they come back together. So another approach is to use something called the redox cycle. And I'll tell you more about that because what we're really doing at Velpo is looking at, and the advantage of the high temperature solar, we think, is that theoretically the efficiency can be higher, right, than a solar PV and electrolyzer approach. At Velpo, we actually want to kind of combine these two things together. So we're working on a project that kind of takes the best parts of the electrolysis and hopefully the best parts of these far-term solar, high-temperature solar thermochemical processes and bring them together, right, to have something that has an even higher advantage, right? So I want to talk to you about that now. And to set that up, I want to show you a picture that Alexei also showed you, which is the distribution of the concentrated solar resource in the United States. So take a look at this map, right, where that's bright red, that's where it's sunniest. And when I'm talking about sunny here, I mean the beam energy. This is the energy that you can reflect with a mirror, right? That's what concentrated solar technology would use. So where is all of the beam energy? Here's the water. I don't think it's in the Southwest. So if our plan is to use sunlight and water to produce hydrogen, we have to figure out a way to bring them together. I'm not saying this is a brand new idea, but our idea at Velpo is rather than trying to bring the water to the sun, we want to figure out a way to bring the sun to the water. And that's what led us to study this process, right? It's called the solar thermal decoupled electrolysis process. And we have that word decoupled because that means is we decouple the solar step and the electrochemistry step where we produce the hydrogen, not only in time, but in space. So that means we can run one process where the sun is and the other process where the water is. Right? So this is where it's going to start to get a bit more scientific. I'm going to try to help you think through this, right? This cycle. We have a material called the metal oxide. I'm showing you a particular example that we've studied, which is cobalt oxide. Professor Smith and I can talk to you about an alternative called iron oxide, which you're all familiar with. Iron oxide is rust. I think everyone has seen rust. We're looking at that one too, but I'm just going to focus on cobalt oxide today, right? So I want you to think about the cobalt oxide like a sponge, but it's not a sponge for water, it's a sponge for oxygen, okay? So initially we take a wet sponge, it's this cobalt oxide down here, and we bring it to the solar step and we heat that sponge up. And when we heat it up in air, it dries out, it gives its oxygen up. Right? And the nice thing about that dried out sponge, it's actually chemically stable. So we can get it back, and once it's dried out, it'll stay dried out. That means, in principle, We could put it on a train, or we could put it in a truck, and we could ship it wherever we wanted to ship it, okay? So keep that in your mind. We take that dried out sponge then to wherever the water is, and we run electrolysis, just like the electrolysis that Alexei talked about, but slightly different, okay? Because we have this dried out sponge present in the electrolytic step. Normally when you run electrolysis, and I encourage you all to do this, it's really, really fun. You can get a AA battery and 2 wires, put a little salt, table salt in tap water, just hold the wires together at the 2 ends of the battery and put the wires in the salty water, and you will run electrolysis. What you'll see is bubbles form on both of the wires, because when you're splitting water that way, you produce hydrogen on one wire and oxygen on the other. What's different about our process is that the oxygen doesn't come off on the other wire. It actually goes back into our sponge. That sponge soaks the oxygen up, right? It re-wets itself. And because of that, we're actually able to split the hydrogen using way less electrical energy than you otherwise would need, right? So we can do that. And then we also get our wet sponge again, right? We take the wet sponge and we cycle it back to the solar step and we close the loop. So if you take a step back, then you look at what's happening. We're putting in sunlight, we're putting in oxygen, or we're putting in water, we're getting out oxygen and we're getting out hydrogen. Now, a lot of people say, why would you ever bother with this? Don't you just, like, if you have to put the electrical energy in, why not just put the electrical energy in? Well, thermodynamically, right, theoretically, we produce way more hydrogen than we would need otherwise to drive this electrolysis. So we could just split a small amount of the hydrogen off, put it into a fuel cell to drive this electrolysis, so that the net effect really is water in, sun in, hydrogen out, oxygen out. And we're doing that with the sun coming in and the hydrogen coming out, separated in space and time, right? So I also mentioned that we think that this is interesting for that reason, but we also think it's interesting because theoretically, this process could be efficient, right? The upper limit, okay, the ceiling for this process is that we could convert 70% of the energy in the sunlight into hydrogen. That is higher, at least right now, theoretically, than what you can do with an electric panel coupled to an electrolyzer. So that's another reason why we think it's pretty interesting. So I want to talk to you about the solar side of the process. And then if Professor Smith allows me to, I can show you a little bit about the electrochemical side, but I want to focus on the solar side, especially since Alexei kind of talked a bit more about electrolysis. So let's take a look at what has to happen for the solar side. Again, for the context of cobalt oxide. So if we want to take this wet sponge and dry it out, we have to heat it up. So we have to heat it up to the temperature where it would dry out. And there is a temperature where it dries. So for this particular system, that's around 950 or 960 degrees Celsius. That's roughly 1700 Fahrenheit, if you like Fahrenheit better. And to give you a sense of that temperature, my reference point for temperature is always what I cook chicken at, 350 degrees Fahrenheit for an hour, right? So 1700 Fahrenheit is, quite a bit hotter than that, right? So this is hot. We get it up to that temperature and it dries out. Now the challenge is, I told you that it's stable, all right, when it's been dried out, and that's kind of true. But there is a region, there's this temperature window where the dried out sponge will re-wet itself, right, if it stays too hot. So the challenge for us as an engineer to design a solar reactor that would do this is threefold. We have to heat this stuff up fast. We have to keep it hot long enough that it dries out. And then we have to cool it below this danger zone to make sure that we don't lose all of our dryness of our sponge. So this is what we came up with, students here at Velpo. This is a student-inspired design. We support this design work through our senior design course in the College of Engineering. And this is what we came up with to accomplish those three things. We call it a rotary drum reactor concept. So I'll walk you through kind of how it works, but the big idea is we want to create a cloud of the cobalt oxide that can absorb the solar energy very effectively, and then have some ability to control how long that powder stays on sun. That's what this is going to do. So it starts back here in an auger feed, and you can think of the powder as like, you can think of it like table salt almost. That's kind of the size of the grains. And we auger feed, right, that powder into a chute that drops it into the back of the reactor. And on the inside here, there's an internal cylinder, a drum that's rotating. And on that, the walls of the paddle of this drum, there are paddles that actually lift the powder up like a scoop, and then drop it through the center of the drum. And that dropping creates kind of a cloud of powder. And you all know that clouds are good at absorbing sunlight, like walk outside this morning, right? The clouds do a good job of preventing the light from getting through. Once the powder is reacted, it drops into a collection chamber where we pass a relatively slow flow of air over it to cool it back down, right? And then we can collect it down here and in our laboratory work, study it, see how well we did. So this is a model of what our vision was, and this was what we actually produced. So you can see that the production, I think, looks pretty much like what we dreamed, which is this is the really fun part of doing engineering, by the way, is actually building the thing. Right? So I want to show you how this works. And what we do to test this is we test it. So here's some pictures of us testing. You can see the students setting the reactor up, sitting at the controls station in our research facility. This middle picture here shows you the reactor on sun. So this really bright white spot is actually reflected light that didn't get into the aperture, right? So you're seeing that brightness. And you can see a close-up picture here of our concentrator. So the light's coming off of this concentrator and reflecting into this receiver. And when this was running, the inside was around 1000 C, and the outside here, for example, was a much milder 80 C. All right, so we have to do the work to make that all happen. I've got some to show you. So it's tough to see this in action, right? Because the concentrator's light is super bright. You actually can't look at it with your naked eye or you'll destroy your retina. So we're able to put some cameras on a couple of places to help us see what's going on. And what I want to show you is the camera feeds. We've got one here. This green arrow is pointing down, looking at the inlet. So this is the top-down view of this part of the reactor here. And we had a second camera looking down our collection chute. So this is your perspective looking into this collection chute. And I have some little videos here. You can see what's going on. So on the top right here, you can see our screw auger is turning and it's dropping the powder into the collection chute, and it's shooting on down into the reactor. And on the bottom left, you're seeing what's coming out. So you're seeing powder coming down. And if you look close enough, you can actually see it's bright red because it's coming out very hot. That's good. That was the idea. It's coming out very hot and then very rapidly cooling in our collection chute. So we're really happy to see this. It's like, gee, it works. Okay. So I'm going to tell you hopefully how well it works. So we do all of our testing in the summertime, and we've done a bunch of experiments with this. And I'm showing you two results here. On the left, you're looking at what we call the cobalt oxide conversion. What I want you to think about this is like a percentage of how dried out we made the sponge. And we want the sponge to be 100% dry, right? And then on the right, I'm showing you something called the thermal efficiency, which really is a measure of how well we put the solar energy into our sponge. We want this number to be high as well. We do have a model. So we're engineers. We like to calculate things. We put together a model to see what we thought would happen. And the dashed line shows you the predictions from our model. Right? So we were able to show up to about 80 grams per minute that we achieved approximately a perfectly dried out sponge. And with the limitations of the way that we measure how dried out our sponge is, we actually think that we got actually a perfectly dried out sponge. This is basically 100% here. And you can also see that the efficiency is looking pretty promising, and we're following this nice trend of continuing to go up. And then unfortunately, our screw auger system that we designed, we thought we were going to max out our efficiency around 75 grams per minute down here. So we didn't design our auger to go any higher. But the results were so promising, I wish that we had, because it looks like we should keep going, right? We haven't hit the limit yet. And so we're trying to decide whether or not we want to go for it or not. But even so, we've achieved 20% of a conversion of the solar energy into the sponge, which for this particular chemical system is the highest ever recorded. So we're really pleased with the results of these reactor tests, right? And it gives you a sense of how this would actually happen in practice. So to leave you then, I want to leave you with a picture. So this is back to our solar map. I want you to imagine trying to replace all of the liquid fuel use in the United States with our solar process. So that's 1.5 terawatts. It's a huge amount of energy. And ask the question, how much land do you think it would take if we were to run our solar process and assume that we could get a 10% efficiency of conversion of the sunlight into the hydrogen, how much land would it take to produce all of the petroleum, all of the liquid fuels that we would need in the country? So here's the answer: 1.5% of the land area. So it's the green square that's covering most of Arizona. You might look at that and think, boy, that's really, really big. Any sense of how much land area we use in the United States right now for roadways? I didn't plan it this way. It just happens to be roughly 1.5%. So what we're talking about here is we're talking about using enough land area, the same amount of land area that we would use for our roads. I don't think that we would ever do this necessarily, right? I don't know that we need to do all of our liquid fuels with a solar process like this. But I show this mostly to say it's not crazy to think about, right? And then what if we said, let's do all of the energy, not just the liquid fuels, all of the energy with a solar process that's 10% efficient, right? Then that increases the area to 6%, right? Probably not going to happen. But again, it's not like it's not technically feasible, all right? So with that, I want to say thank you to Dr. Shore for all of his contributions. And of course, this is a team effort. I'm just here giving you the message. We have a great team, including Dr. Smith, Professor Krensky, Professor Sheen Nudahay, Professor Bob Palumbo, who's now at University of Minnesota Duluth. We have our current students. One is here: Jack King, Nate DeGood, Alex Kagi, David Paul Schultz, Bradley Davis. And past students who made really significant contributions to this particular project are Rachel Silcox, who just won a National Science Foundation Graduate Research Fellowship, Sam Copping, Jack Honigis, Mike Donovan, Katie Bassett, who also just won a National Science Foundation Graduate Research Fellowship. Thank you very much for your time. I think the future looks bright.
Thank you so much. I think in the interest of time, maybe one or two outstanding questions, if there are any. Yes.
Feasibility of scale up.
That's a great question. I will say, one, I'm an academic, so sometimes I get to hide behind, I don't have to think about that, but these rotary drum systems, I was at the German Aerospace Center, which has a really large solar energy division, and they've actually developed a 1 megawatt system. So this reactor is 3 kilowatt. So they have a rotary drum system, not so unlike ours, at 1 megawatt. And they actually showed it was quite effective. So I don't have, we haven't done the scale up, but I think that there are data points to suggest it's not crazy to think that it could be scaled up.
Thank you, Dr. Venstrom, very much. All right, we have the chance to catch up on our schedule. The only thing that is scheduled between now and lunchtime is to have a conversation with some of the people who made the Mammoth Solar Farm possible. So I know that Nick Cohen is here. Is Nathan here? Nathan, great. If we could bring you both to the front, thank you very much. So. Okay. We are really, really thankful that these two individuals have been able to join us today. So on the left, Nick Cohen, the CEO of Doral Renewables, comes to us today with 15 years of global experience leading energy project development. For 9 years, he's the co-founder and chief operating officer of Emberclear, which is a developer of utility scale energy projects. And before co-founding Doral, he managed development of energy and desalination projects for Chicago-based Invenergy, which is a leading developer, owner, and operator of renewables. Doral currently maintains a $6 billion project portfolio, which includes our topic of discussion today. Mr. Cohen earned a BS in Business Administration from Drexel and an MBA from Duke University's Fuqua School of Business. Thank you so much for being here. And to the right, Nathan Ariger has been the Executive Director of the Pulaski County Community Development Commission since April 2011. His team works on behalf of regional government to provide assistance and incentives in order to bring in new business to the Northwest Indiana region. He's a resident of rural North Judson, and he holds a bachelor's degree from Notre Dame and a master's degree in community planning. He's fourth generation in rural Northwest Indiana, and his family owns farmland in both Stark and Pulaski counties. At the time that his bio was written, he was eager for the start of the MLB season, but thankfully that has been resolved. So
yeah, but it did start with the designated hitter in the NL, so
yeah.
I'm a little unhappy. But hey, you know what? The Cubs have the best record in baseball right now, so
Very good.
so everything is good.
So I want to give the opportunity for each of these gentlemen to say a few words before I shoot them some interview questions. And then as time goes on, we will take from audience in person as well as virtual. So anything you'd like to say to lead us off?
Age before whatever the hell I bring to the table.
Oh, thank you, Nathan. Nick Cohen here from Doral Renewables LLC. First, I'd like to acknowledge, I thought Professor Benstrom's presentation was terrific. So if you ever wanted an education in the power business and kind of where it's all going, it was perfect. And also the hydrogen is really exciting. And we have a venture capital fund. We've been making investments in hydrogen technologies, and we have our first pilot project under construction right now, and using electrolysis and technologies that aren't, one of them is actually pretty similar to what you were talking about. So it's really exciting. And, I do think that there's a place for it in the future. It's going to be a big deal. That's what's next. But for now, solar is one of the most advantageous technologies that are out there. And that's part of what we'll be talking about today. I'm the president and CEO of Doral Renewables LLC. We're based in Philadelphia. We have a lot of people in the Midwest, in the Chicago area. We have the best people in the business: finance people, engineers, developers, analysts. We are developing projects in 19 states right now, and most of the projects are solar. It's a really exciting time to be in this business, and speaking for myself, it's something that I'm really proud of, that, I can go home every night and my kids, who are college age kids, they're really proud of what I do. And so that's something that, hopefully when you're seeking your careers, I noticed many of you are still in college, that, you can find something that you're really passionate about as well. Makes a big difference. But that's Doral Renewables is developing the Mammoth Solar Project. And so I think a lot of this symposium will be dedicated, at least this section, to talking about that project. Nathan Ariger is here, and I'll turn it over to him to introduce himself.
I feel like it's bad form to be on a panel and to correct the moderator, but I do have to make one note. We pronounce it Pulaski, not Pulaski. I won't get into the boring history lesson, but the long story short is that it's those East Coast liberals who screwed it up, and we picked up on their bad habits.
I am a New Jersey native. I do apologize to the entire state of Indiana that is watching this. I am sorry. I really am.
It was New York, not New Jersey. New Jersey gave us Springsteen, so I got no complaints.
You can blame New Jersey all you want. That's fine.
So I'm sure we'll get into a lot of the things in detail. So I'm just going to speak very briefly on how my office relates to solar energy, how my interest does. Another long story short, for a good 12 to 15 years, Pulaski County, small rural community that has lost almost 1,000 people since the last census, due to some financial decisions by the county government that in the short term may have made sense, but were made without much of a long-term vision. The county is millions of dollars short of where it should be fiscally right now. And these projects, every other good thing and bad thing and to be determined thing about them aside, proved to be such a fiscal game changer for Pulaski County's health and its ability to invest in itself that it might be more crucial than a rain delay in November of 2016 that happened in Cleveland. So that's all for now until we get into the questions.
All right, so the first thing, and I guess this is a little bit of a two-part question, one for Nick, one for Nathan. For Nick, why are you in Indiana and not Arizona and California right now for this project? I think we've seen the map that has been displayed to us twice. We are not where the sun is. Again, seeing the snow on April the 9th, what is the appeal that we have that we can offer you? And then to Nathan, why does Indiana kind of accept a venture like this when we know that we don't get as much sun as the rest of the country? Is that really the best use of the Indiana farmland?
Thank you for the question, Paul. I have to respectfully disagree that Indiana is not a place where there's sun. This state grows corn and soybeans and all kinds of agriculture, and it has spectacular production, and it's a major force in the economics of the state, and it's because of the sun. Okay, the sun, these crops are absorbing sun energy, and it's getting converted to ethanol and food and other products. And so when you think of Indiana, it is a sunny place. And when you think about energy production, it's really a function of the efficiency. Many years ago, solar panels, solar technology was not as efficient. So you had to be in places that had more sunshine in order for it to be cost effective. But today, the solar panels, the efficiency of the panels are increased by a factor of 4 or 5 over the past decade. And that means that the same panel, the size of a tabletop, is producing 5 or 6 times more energy, and it costs less. So that means you can now put solar panels in places like Indiana, Minnesota, Canada, and it remains the lowest cost of energy. In fact, it's such a low cost of energy that in Indiana, the utilities are buying power like renewable energy, solar energy like crazy. And the reason they're doing it is that they can deliver the lowest cost to the ratepayer, and because that's a responsibility of theirs. And so when you think about why would we be here? Well, there's plenty of sunshine for it to pencil out, number one. Number two, the utilities are buying it, and so are companies who are moving to Indiana to get the renewable energy and create jobs in manufacturing. You also have state and local governments that are incredibly supportive of solar. They recognize it's a multi-billion-dollar industry cluster. It creates jobs, low power rates for the consumers, and also it helps to revitalize the rural areas. As Nathan was saying, they're under a financial crunch. And finally, there's something that Indiana is the most competitive for. These small communities that have been seeing decline and brain drain and all these other pressures, suddenly there's something that they're more competitive than anyone else. And it's a little bit of a race. Either Indiana is going to provide power to its neighbors, okay, or farmers in Ohio are going to be providing it here. So the upsides are enormous. You also have flat land, and when it comes to solar site conditions are very important. And so you have this beautiful flat land. There's not much bedrock. You can just pound the racks in, the metal racks, you just pound them into the sand, bolt on the panels. It's that simple. And then the last thing I would say is you have 2 grid systems coming together here in Indiana, especially where the Mammoth Project is. You have PJM, which is the largest open access grid system in America, in the world, actually. And it serves 65 million people, and it runs from Chicago all the way to Philadelphia and then as far south as northern North Carolina. It's an enormous area, and it's one market. And then you have the MISO system, which is 45 million people, and it's running from Canada all the way down to Louisiana, almost vertically. And the 2 grids intersect right in northern Indiana. So if you're doing a solar project, you have access to really the 2 biggest grid systems in America in one place. It's flat. There's demand for the power. it's sunny, and you have a state government that is very strong behind the industry cluster. So those are the reasons.
I'll butt in maybe with a little bit of a good, well, maybe not fact check, but I guess agreement. And this is a shout out to Dr. John Goldbeck, who was scheduled to speak today, but unfortunately had to pull out due to a medical emergency. He wanted to comment on the fact that Germany has been far more aggressive than the US has been in shifting towards renewables. And they are actually much more north than we are. He said Berlin is about as north as Calgary, Canada. Which is amazing because now you have a country that's trying to go the route of renewables with less sun than we have. And it's good that there's still so much of the sun available. I think we can afford to be horribly inefficient at capturing sunlight and still make a difference. So the need to get panels that north is not just a US and Canada thing. It's very much a Germany thing as well.
So
Yes.
I'm not governor or orator yet, so I won't presume to speak on behalf of the whole state. But as far as Pulaski County goes, as I alluded in my introduction, at least for me, and I think for a lot of us who have tried to be supportive of solar, there is a very important fiscal question. The millions of dollars that we will have that is much more discretionary than tax revenues that are very narrowly tailored by state law and local law. Just creates an incredible opportunity for us. The question about farmland and whether it's the best use, I don't think there is one objective answer to that question. And it's a matter of perspective, and there's some subjectivity to it. I mean, if your objective is merely to produce as much corn or soybeans as possible, no, it's not. But if you look, and Nick alluded to this, if you look at how much of our ground is already going towards ethanol or biodiesel, and then you look at some of the states with much larger populations that we have that are targeting, the demise of the internal combustion engine and what impact would that have on the ethanol markets, it starts to become less of a question of whether it's the best use. And I think more of a question of long-term, do we have the capacity for that much, or is it just going to make even more difficult decisions for farmers who are already dealing with ever increasing input costs and market prices that don't necessarily follow that, and so, there will be an impact. There will be some economic loss from that. But if you look at the entire picture locally and nationally, it becomes a much better calculation for us than overstepping our bounds on individual landowners' property rights and fighting that battle.
I'm kind of glad you mentioned the markets and the incentivizing, because I think a question that I really wanted to cover relates to all the industries that link to solar. I know that we mentioned the drop in efficiency of solar panels, but also, and I guess the question that, again, kind of two parts. So for Nick, is solar incentivized by other industries, right? Because the better that batteries do, the better that solar will do at pumping in electricity for, again, its intermittency into long-term energy. So does the battery market have an effect on how well solar does, or is there any other industry that you're kind of linked to, that you're kind of mutually hoping does well? And to link to that, to something for Nathan, do you think you'll see industries attracted to Pulaski? I have to make sure I get it right. I'm again not a native Indiana, but I have to pretend to be now. But do you see an attractive of other industries to Pulaski because they might see a way to interact with the grow in solar that is now there? So in other words, how do we link outwards from solar to other industries?
Well, for one thing, manufacturers and businesses all over America are looking to associate themselves with renewable energy. They have very robust internal ESG plans, and they tend to gravitate to states that have the supply of energy. So data centers and other companies. You also have manufacturing of steel and various services that are provided to the solar industry that are attracted to where the projects are taking place, and that's the formation of the industry cluster. And it's very impactful and wide-ranging. Not to mention the fact that it's not just about when you're building it or after you're building it, but even before. We've already deployed tens of millions of dollars into these projects before anything ever even goes into the ground. I mean, as we speak right now, we have 45 people every single day working on this project just for Mammoth. We have environmental people out in the field. We have engineers and analysts, and most of them are based in Indiana, and they're out there doing that work to get everything ready for the construction. As far as like you mentioned batteries, this project does not have a battery storage component associated with it. There are more and more utility scale battery storage coming to being associated with solar projects around America. And it all really depends on your location and what the characteristics of the grid are in that area. So in this area, at this point, it's really not needed, but maybe eventually it will be. But we don't have it included in this for that reason. There's not a business case for it at this point.
So long term, it might be nice, but short term, I really actually hope that we don't see these projects lead to additional investment. And I know that sounds counterintuitive when my job is economic development. But as I noted earlier, we lost 1,000 people from the 2010 census to the 2020 census. We're at 12.5, give or take, 12.4, 12.5 in the whole county. And the only age cohort that saw an increase was the 65 and up. In December, I did a quick informal poll of my manufacturing sector, and from 9 employers, I came up with about 90 vacancies they were trying to fill just in production and production support, let alone anything front office, back office, distribution. So even in the strategic plan that we updated last year, we are very cautious about wanting to attract new investment that would have too much of an impact on our really strained labor pool. Now, midterm, long term, if the revenue that the county generates from these projects is invested in the community in such a way that we are able to slow, if not to stabilize, if not reverse the population trends through, public amenities, that sort of thing, quality of life improvements, that we can start being more of a buyer of investment, so to speak, then I would certainly love to see that, because I can see, obviously every new capital investment means an increase in our assessed valuation, which means that it softens the property tax blow for everyone else in the county. And obviously, if we're able to bring those people in those facilities to the county to reside, we've got that additional revenue, that economic activity, those civic leaders in the making, that sort of thing. So I would love to see it maybe 10, 15 years from now, but right now we need to focus on making our community a more attractive place to live and making sure that we don't drive one employer out by bringing in another employer.
Which is one of the reasons why this is such a great project, because ultimately it's a $1.6 billion investment in the community. And over the next 20 years, just for Pulaski County alone, it's at least $40 million in revenue that doesn't cost them any. It's just free money that they're getting to improve the community, and hopefully Nathan's going to spend it well.
I don't think I get to make those decisions, but
maybe you can talk the right people into putting it towards the right things, which I'm sure they will do.
So that type of number, though, I guess that gets looked at when you're looking at getting the project approved. It's likely very different from the case that we saw earlier with Dr. Eisman and Mr. Charrier talking about how you can get solar installed on your own home, right? In this instance, you're talking about kind of a mandate to put it on all over. And so you likely need kind of approval from a wide variety of bodies. I know that we reached out to the Indiana Economic Development Council. You work with that office. What's it like to, who needed to kind of buy into this when you were thinking about installing it here? And for what reasons more than just economic development, if that applies?
Well, so the projects have so many facets to them, and a lot of them people don't see. But behind the scenes, first you have to interact with federal, state, and local regulatory agencies, and there's dozens of them. You have to go out and do all kinds of studies and and get approvals, and you have to prove what's there and what's not there. And then you have to show your plan and how it's not disrupting, for example, any sort of endangered species or wetlands. And so like, we don't cut down trees, we avoid wetlands, we avoid any sort of habitat. That's even, you know, even if an endangered or threatened species exists or doesn't exist, if the habitat is there and you don't see the species, you avoid the habitat just because it could be there or it could be there in the future. So you go through this, it takes years to get all your approvals and permits. And then finally it comes down to the local zoning. And you have to get through the local zoning, which is a rule book of all the things that you have to do in order for your project to exist. You have to play by the rules. So that's a lot of work to get through it. But you know, this is one of the most regulated industries in America. It's power generation. And you have the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. And in Indiana, you also have a utility commission as well, the Indiana Utility Regulatory Commission. And so there are just layers and layers and layers of approvals you have to get. And then once you get there, then you have to prove it to the lenders, because no one is going to just dish out $1.6 billion without every possible I dotted and T crossed. And so you need dozens of people just to deal with that. And then you have supply chains. You have to get through all that. And the source of your materials have to be, you have to hire consultants to walk through the traceability of the materials that are coming to prove that they didn't come from places like in China where there's forced labor and other tariff sort of penalties in consideration. So there are just countless dozens of approval processes that you have to go through before you ever put the first piece of metal in the ground. So that hopefully gives you a little bit of a perspective of what these projects have to go through.
So even on top of everything Nick went through, and even at the local level, the zoning issues, that $40 million isn't going to come without a rigorous process that involved me and our county attorney, and then a committee that we put together with county commissioners and county council members and our county auditor, and then negotiations back and forth until that committee was satisfied with what the agreement looked like and the tax abatement plans, then getting the county council involved as a whole to get their approval on the tax abatement and the contract, and getting the county commissioners involved. I mean, that alone was a 2-month process, at least, for each of the projects we've got.
There's literally dozens of elected and appointed officials that you need to deal with. There's community leaders. There's just an entire host of stakeholders that are involved, and some of them are regulatory. Some of them are just community leadership. You know, you have to deal with people at all levels to get them to the facts about what this is all about. And then you just have to shoot straight and do it right. And you get, if you're lucky enough, you're building a project.
I want to comment on it. I think Alexi had a picture of this with a little bit of a comment that talked about the end of life for solar panels, where he seemed to have a photo of a solar panel in a dumpster that had a lot of shreddings in it. And I think he kind of inferred that the end of life for solar panels currently could be improved. Is that something that you would agree with? And will Pulaski County play a role in storing anything end of life once a solar panel has kind of reached its end?
Well, I mean, for one thing, the panels are 35-year panels. Okay, so at the end of 35 years, they're non-toxic, non-hazardous. So first, we're going to have to get through the political pressure of the local waste management wanting to take those panels and get all the revenue for the disposal of them. But however, that's not the plan. The manufacturers have recycling plans. All the materials inside the panels are recyclable and they're valuable. So we fully expect that the panels will go into a recycling program.
I would just add, like Nick said, they're 35-year panels, even if for whatever reasons they only proved to last 20, 25 years. Pulaski County was the last Indiana county north of I-70 to have countywide zoning. We had it in 2 of the towns, but most of the county was very strongly rooted in a very broad conception of property rights. And so we also had a very bad ordinance when we first adopted zoning in 2012. we rewrote it in 2015 or so. And honestly, even at that time, solar was kind of an afterthought. Wind is where we had seen interest. We had not seen interest in solar. But if you look at just the developments in the technology that Nick talked about over the last 5 years, that makes Northern Indiana more viable than it appeared to be a half decade ago. I really think, setting aside of question of solar specifically, I think that good old American ingenuity has shown that 20 years is a pretty long time to develop strategies for end-of-life treatment that protects the environment and probably find some way to make more money off of it. It just seems like an unjustified lack of faith in our economic system and our industry not to expect some sort of answer that assuages concerns about environmental degradation at life.
Yeah, and I'd like to add to it that the environmental impact of solar is positive. You have fields that are no longer getting fertilizer and fungicide and pesticide and other practices that leach into the water tables, and the pumping of water, billions of gallons will no longer be withdrawn from the water tables. And in fact, in the northern part of the project, one of the more interesting ideas that we have and we're working towards is repurposing some of that well water that is no longer going to be used for irrigation into one of the lakes, Bass Lake, which is chronically low in the summer. So people have docks, and at the end of their dock, they have mud. It's another 20 yards before the water, and that'll ruin your summer and the property values. So one of our aquifers is not connected to the surface water, and it's one of 2 aquifers, but one of them is not connected. And so we're working on a pumping project to repurpose that irrigation water to the lake, bring up the level of the lake. People are excited about it. We're excited because it's such an interesting idea.
Great. So we've hit a point in time where I think I've done all my questions. So I do want to make sure that we can get questions from the audience. So I am watching the Zoom Q&A and chat. If you want anything that I can ask you there as well. Otherwise, in case our audience have questions, maybe I can hire Derek to deliver a microphone. I will give it to you on this time, so that way we don't. That way we can hear everything appropriately.
Hi, could you just describe what this is going to look like? Is it one gigantic, field? How many square miles or feet, or, just an idea? Is there a visitor center? If I drove out there, what will I see in a few years?
Thank you. You won't see much. For one thing, the ordinances require landscaping and setbacks so that the panels are actually set back into the fields. The actual layout of the project is more like a checkerboard because we're avoiding environmental features. So any wetlands, trees, habitats, environmental features we're avoiding. So it's more of like a checkerboard. There will be fenced in areas, and then inside the fenced in area, there'll be about 20 feet between rows of panels. So there's more green than not inside the actual solar area. But as a passerby, you probably won't even know it's there.
Hello, thanks for being here. And how ironic for my son who lives in Phoenix, Arizona now, but grew up here to learn when I tell him later that Northern Indiana is the nexus of solar connectivity. So I'm interested in learning a little bit more of that so I know what I'm talking about. But my question is, why, with the concerns about productivity of farmland and taking that up for solar panels, sprawl and environmental concerns and the like, why are we not able to design the panels differently? Why do they have to be on the ground? Could there be some kind of vertical system with branches that rotate and collect more at all times?
There's a lot of science out there to revolutionize how solar is created and delivered. But at this point, the panel is tried and true. The ground mounted panel is the lowest cost by far. And until these other technologies come along and are commercialized, there is no other option. Plus, there's plenty of land. These projects, right now, the government has CRP programs where they pay farmers not to produce. And this is essentially a private CRP program. You could think of it that way. Now the farmers are getting paid by a private company to not produce their regular crop, and instead they're producing electricity, farming it in their fields. But the amount of land that we're taking up for our project is less than 2% of the farmland in the county, and it has no impact on commodities. Some farmers have said, oh, this is great, we're going to make more money on our commodities because supply is coming out. We have practically no impact on the supply and demand economics and fundamentals of the commodities because there is so much land. This land is already producing a lot more than it used to in the past just because of the technology and how farming practices happen. So we produce more food, more production than is needed. And that's why the CRP programs exist. And, so when you come along with solar, you're just displacing such a small amount of land, it doesn't matter. So there's not a great incentive to create a solar technology that's going to be different than what we have now that's working. I mean, I think they are going to get more efficient and they're going to require less land because of that. Also, there's a limitation to how much can go into the grid. So right now, the grid system is pretty tapped out. There really isn't any room for more projects. The projects that are underway right now are the projects that got into the grid, like us. The line behind us is, there are hundreds, I'd go as far as to say thousands of solar projects that will never get built because you just can't get the power into the lines anymore. So it's pretty tapped out at this point.
I have several questions and whoever can respond can respond. First of all, where are the majority of solar panels constructed or where do you get them from? Number two, where does the energy generated go? You talked about transmission lines and a backlog. I know the wind farms in Indiana, a complaint was we generate this electricity, then it goes to New Jersey. Okay. Number three, how does this impact the property values of the farmer's farmland and who determines or assesses that value? And number four, who maintains the ground beneath these panels? I know Tri-Creek School System has a number of solar panel farms at each of the buildings, but I've noticed this winter that the weeds grow up through them and somebody has to go through and mow and take care of that. So who addresses those issues if it's on a big field and so forth?
Okay, maybe I'll start with 1 and 2. Okay. So I believe number one was where are the panels coming from? So 15% of the panels in the market are domestic, and then the rest of them are from other places around the world, mainly Southeast Asia, China and Southeast Asia. So our panels are coming from Southeast Asia, not from China. The US government has very strict regulations on where not only the panels are coming from, but the components and materials inside the panels, where did they come from? And earlier I mentioned the traceability. So there's a lot, before the panels get accepted at customs, you have to prove the traceability that, somehow you didn't circumvent and put, some sort of illegal materials in there from a place that the US government has deemed not allowable. So anyhow, that's the supply chain. The second, what was your second question?
Second question was, where does the energy go?
Okay, so the energy gets consumed locally. Okay, you plug into a grid, you cannot trace an exact electron. Okay, however, an electron goes into the grid system. Okay, PJM, for example, runs from Chicago, and I was saying all the way to Philadelphia. By the way, it's not anywhere in New York. Then it goes south. And so it's basically the whole mid-Atlantic and a lot of the Midwest. And so it's one connected grid system. You put an electron in, and who knows where that electron comes out. However, electricity goes to the nearest use source. So for example, in Mammoth, generally, and it depends on the day and where the loads are coming from and what power plants are up and down at that moment, but generally speaking, the power flows north. And it will get consumed in Pulaski County. And then whatever's not consumed, it just keeps going until it's gone. Okay, so it's possible that on a really sunny day, it might make its way up to Chicago. It might, okay? All depends, because we're making a lot of power. It might get exported, but there's no way of knowing for sure. The power is sold to American Electric Power, and they have customers all over the region. We're not a retailer, we're a wholesale manufacturer. So once it goes into the grid at the site, that's where it goes. The transmission lines are on the site. You inject the power into those lines, and then it gets consumed, and it just keeps going until it's gone.
I believe question 3 was about the land values of the project. So the local assessors have some flexibility, but it is largely set on base valuations established by the state government. So for Northern Indiana, it is somewhere around $12,800 an acre base value for, I guess, for the project site itself. So what's in that fence area? Right now, I don't recall offhand what this year's base value is for agriculture. Last year, it was about $1,280. So a 10-fold increase in that valuation when the assessor's office reclassifies it from agricultural to utility solar. Now, outside of the fenced area, I don't know if the assessor's office will apply just the ag base or if they will use some of the scales they have, because they have different, I think, 4 categories. They've got developed land, unused developable, unused undevelopable, something like that. So I don't know the specifics outside how that'll affect. I know that when our financial consultants assisted us in negotiating the tax abatements and the agreements, they left the land outside of the fencing at the base agricultural value and calculated the impact on property tax revenues and property tax assessed value based on just that 1280 on the inside. So, and then the last question was, I believe, about maintenance. The exact who will be at the site owner's discretion. We do have language in our ordinance that seeks to encourage them or require them to plant things that will encourage pollination, maintain as much similarity with the surrounding environs as possible, and sort of limit, this is a little bit of loose language and I'm not sure what we have in the ordinance exactly around, but limit the number of mowings to a reasonable amount so that it is not something that is creating that disruption on a regular basis. Obviously, there's a whole bunch of metal on this, so it's never going to be a perfect replication of what it looked like as a cornfield or what it looked like before we tore into the earth and ripped out the trees and put corn in the first place. But the objective is to make it as much of a simulacrum as is reasonable while still allowing the development to take place.
Yes, I just want to clarify an answer to the young lady down at the end of the table here. It's over 9,000 acres for this project. We have another solar development in our county for 1,600 acres. So we're approximately at 5% of our harvested crop acres that will be lost to solar. In addition, I would like to address the screening a little bit. Our current UDO only requires screening to be around residential homes. It's not around the entire project. So what you will see is, Nick can answer to this, probably more fencing. I don't know if it's going to be a chain link fence, barbed wire top, I don't know, but that is definitely a concern of the residents in Pulaski County. And then the other question.
That is not entirely true. The ordinance also requires screening on all road frontages, regardless of the presence of a residence.
I think the road usage was at the discretion of the building
No,
inspector.
that was a previous version of the ordinance. That language about discretion was removed in 2021.
I hope you're right.
I am right.
Yeah,
That's why I'm on the panel and you're not, Mrs. Ehrlich.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
I'm not allowed
and
to
I-
comment under the advice of counsel. She's, I believe, has 7 or 8 lawsuits against the county, the boards, individuals, and so we've been advised not to engage
It's
with
not just
with
me,
her
it's,
or her group.
we have a group, a large group, and the litigation stems from appeals from not properly filling out the procedures and according to the UDO. So I won't further talk about that either. And the other thing is the USDA is also concerned about a food shortage this year, and they are considering asking farmers to go ahead and plant on the field strips they have in the CRP panels. I don't know where that's going to go, if they're going to do that or not, but there is concern about food shortage this year.
And
Thank
stop
you.
turning your plants into soy and corn fuel.
And sending them to China and Russia.
Briefly, can you hear me okay? You and 2 of the previous speakers emphasized obviously how much solar energy we can receive from the Southwest, showed the maps of that concentration of sunlight down there. But I've read over the years and seen graphs that solar collectors and the solar system in general works much more efficiently under cooler temperatures. And I hadn't heard that mentioned, but I think that was part of the rationale. And for anybody that's considering solar here, we don't need just hot, bright sunlight. It's helpful to have cooler temperatures.
Well, that's a great point, and I should have mentioned that earlier. Like today, for example, the sun has come out and there's some snow on the ground. Incredible conditions, because not only do they perform better when they're cold, but they're bifacial. So they are actually taking reflection of sun energy off the ground. So snow is very reflective, and so this is a 365 day per year crop, and in the winter when there's snow, they actually produce a lot. So it's definitely an adder to the energy production, definitely, and also it's where the people are. You want to have your energy generation where the people are, and so it makes a lot of sense to have it out here.
How do you see residential solar or residential power storage playing into the grid in the future? I know you work more so with grid scale power, but do you see that being able to incorporate with the grid, or do you think that would need a more major overhaul?
Well, I can't really speak to that as an expert, because my concentration every day really is on utility scale solar. I do think that community solar has been successful in a lot of areas of the country, California, for example. So, I would imagine that there's a place for it in terms of energy independence in the grid.
Hi. So with a project so large such as this, I know you said 1 billion dollars. I'm just curious how it first initiates. Is it more so the county seeking out renewable energy, or like Doral Renewables seeking out land to establish solar? And then what are those initial talks like? I know you said you have to get a lot of community leaders and elected officials on board. So what do those initial talks look like?
Well, initially, as a developer, you look to markets. Where are their customers buying wholesale electricity, like the utilities? You look to the physical grid. Where can the grid, is the grid strong enough to accept this power and all the site conditions? And then once you have an area of interest, then you go and you look at the zoning. And communities, they decide if they want you or not based on their zoning. So we looked at Stark and Pulaski County. They had zoning that had a lot of thought put into solar, a very standard common zoning. And so right away, green light. Okay, that this is a community that is looking for the economic uplift of something like solar. And then you go and you talk to first you talk to the farmers, and you kind of get their view on it and you see if they're interested. And then if they are, you start talking to the officials, and then you do a lot of listening. And that's how the project is actually developed. Is, you know, once you figure out, okay, this is the place where it's going to be, you go and you listen and you build relationships, and then you design the project around the needs of the feedback that you're getting from the officials and from the farmers. And you know, you get to know them. You're going to be a neighbor there for the next 30 years. So you have to forge real friendships, and it's a collaborative effort. Everybody's a partner in this. It's not like just a one-way street. So, you know, what Mammoth is and what it becomes is the culmination of collaboration from stakeholders at all levels.
And I'd only add to that, as Nick has suggested, they do a lot of due diligence before they ever reach out to the government itself. The landowners know well before we did. First time I met Nick, it was early in the pandemic. I want to say May of 2020. And I'd actually taken the day off work, showed up to meet with him at a gas station, dressed in clothes covered in oil from working on my lawnmower. We're obviously always, especially my industry, looking for investment that we think fits our community. But we were never necessarily looking at or trying to attract solar specifically. As I said, you know, when we first rewrote our ordinance, it was an afterthought. And then in 2018, while we were amidst a highly contentious discussion in the community over wind energy, NextEra just showed up out of the blue, said they might be interested in a project. And we ended up, you know, I couldn't tell you how many different ordinances we reviewed and tried to cobble together something that we felt made sense, only for NextEra sort of to disappear for a couple of years and then to reemerge, contacting us in either 2020 or last year. So it, you know, what's that? What? Oh, sorry. So we don't, you know, unless, with the exception of in our new strategic plan, wanting to target small companies that could shorten supply chains for our manufacturing base, we don't necessarily go out and look for any kind of particular investment. In part because I said earlier, we really don't go out and look for a lot of investment as it is because of our population and workforce issues. But when something comes to us, obviously we vet it. We want to see if it makes sense for the community. And I mean, at first blush, I thought it did. My board supports it. We've seen the county elected officials look at the financial impacts. It's been a very long and sometimes bumpy process as we've tried to balance making the community attractive for development while addressing residents and landowners' concerns. I know this group of our fan club will tell you that it's not where they'd like to see the ordinance. I think we, you know, whether or not we agree, I think we have put a lot of thought into trying to get to a place where we do that. And so we have, you know, we're hoping that as these move forward, Nick and his team and Moss Creek will prove to be the good neighbors they have told us they will be. I don't want to have to be so dissatisfied with the end product we work so hard on and burn so many bridges with that I'm breaking in at site and, you know, knocking solar panels with sledgehammers because I really don't want to go back to jail. But for now, I'm cautiously optimistic that this is going to prove to be like I said, a game changer for our community.
So in the interest of time, we're going to keep the one question to the ma'am in the back, and then there's also one question that has come up online. So I'll go through this one first, and then we'll go there. Is there any consideration of dual use of the land? In other words, is it possible to plant crops between and under the panels?
It's a discussion that we have taking place with farmers right now, and there are certain insurance considerations and considerations in the ordinance, and so we'll just have to see where that goes. But we definitely have interest in it. It's called agrivoltaics, and It does, it is something that's evolving in the industry. There's a lot of sheep grazing going on in solar farms. And we have a considerable investment with several universities in agrivoltaics. Just last week, I was in Israel and I was touring our agrivoltaic potato farms. And the science is really interesting, and the production of the potatoes, it's amazing. There's all kinds of special things you can do to increase your energy production and get really good potato production. And now we're doing tomatoes. So there's all kinds of possibilities in that area. It's really an exciting new area for solar in the Midwest.
It'd be really great to see potatoes in particular. We already have a large potato grower in Pulaski County. And I won't name names, but when I first came to the job early on, I had a county councilman suggest that we need to develop potato vodka in Pulaski County. And obviously we're named for a Polish American, so Kazimierz Pulaski's, the naming would get a little difficult, holding true to our history versus the way the rest of the world pronounces it, but Kazimierz Pulaski's potato vodka.
Yeah, solar potato vodka. I like that.
Okay, final question.
Well, this is not a question, it's just a comment to follow what it was said before. We have had the pleasure to work with Nick for at least 1 year because we own land in the Stark County. We also own some land in Pulaski County. And what I can tell you is Nick's company have been so good to us, and even they even changed the contract to help us more and to give us more money in Stark County. And I don't know if you guys know, but let's say there is a field with 100 acres. Not the 100 acres are going to have solar, like Nathan was saying. So whatever is out of the fence, we are going to be allowed to plant corn or hay. So it's not that 5% of the land in Pulaski County is going to be for solar. It's going to be less. So I believe that the 2% that Nick was mentioning is correct, because it's usually the experience with Stark County with our contracts is usually 50% of the land that is going to be with solar. So the other 50% can be used for hay, corn, whatever you want, and it's gonna be, it's gonna be good. So I trust this company. I'm so happy that they are the ones that are working in Stark County right now. Thank you.
So I wanted to kind of conclude. I think this is the spirit of what John really embodied, was that education on an issue, all of its aspects, right? Solar energy is going to be a major contributor, and there are so many variables that are at play. And I know that John, I think, would appreciate a session that we've had such like this morning. I'm very thankful to our two panelists for coming out, for supporting us.
Thank you.
Thank you so very much. So I want to, at this time, pause for a lunch break. So those of you who are having lunch with us, I think what we'll want to do, you'll want to go out to the lobby and grab a lunch voucher. And I think we would want to have a contingency of people who will all walk to the cafeteria to make sure no one gets lost. It's not that far, just so you know the directions that are there. As you leave this room, there will be a building that's on the left that's called the Hara Union Ballroom. So we'll be walking into that building and then kind of veering to the right, and it's very there. Dr. Peller, do you want to take point? We can all follow your lead. Daryush, do you want to? Okay, yeah, let's follow Daryush in the back there. We'll all go if you're having lunch with us. Otherwise, this session picks up with some Valparaiso University sustainability talks at 1:30. So we will try to reconvene in about an hour and 10 minutes. Thank you so much for attending our morning.
All right. Hi, everyone. Hello. All right. Well, we hope that everyone enjoyed the first half of our symposium. We hope that you learned a lot about solar energy and everything. We're going to switch gears. We're not really going to talk about solar energy anymore. We're going to talk more about topics that different local speakers have. So I'm Kayla. I'm president of Earth Tones, which is the organization on campus. That's the environmental organization, and we're in charge of this second half of the symposium. So we're really excited, and thank you guys all for coming. Our first speaker is Reverend Michael Cooper. He's a Reverend from Portage, and he will be talking about environmental activism by the square foot. And so I'll turn it over to you, Reverend Michael.
Thank you. So just click. I don't know. We didn't have those type of fangled things when I was in college. I want to thank Earth Tones for inviting me to come here to speak. For full disclosure, I do have a degree in chemistry from the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, but I ascended into seminary. So good to be here for this event. I live in Portage, and I ran for my city council's seat in Portage as a Green Party candidate. I got 33% of the vote, running against an unopposed incumbent. Running against the incumbent who was a Democrat. When we talk about environmental activism, we tend to think of kind of broader terms in terms of the Green New Deal, kind of saving our planet from fossil fuels, the stuff that we've been doing to our planet. And that the way to fix that is to kind of think globally, think kind of policies, think to Washington, to think to the world leaders. That is not my focus today. My focus is turning toward what we can do, kind of local actions, as we look at how do we kind of protect the land, protect our air, and to protect our public health. I'm not going to talk about what we need to do to save our full planet, our full beautiful planet, but what we can do to save literally just square feet of local land in our local environment, our wetlands and streams and air quality. For several years, I've been attending, I know this sounds exciting, City of Portage council meetings. Then I branched out to the Planning Commission and Board of Zoning Appeals. I'm not going to get in too many weeds here. I know some of these are not, many people are not that familiar with how our civic government works in terms of land use and land development. So I'm not going to get in too many weeds. I do want to kind of highlight three things that have come through the system in Portage, and Portage is different than if you're Valpo or different in other municipalities. But this is important work as we look at how do we begin to protect specifically local areas within our local communities. If you do have questions, please feel free to raise your hands at any time. I know this is kind of exciting stuff. I spend hours and hours in planning meetings. I'm usually just not talking at all. They give you 2 minutes to speak. And do I just click? Okay.
I'm sorry.
Oh, that's
I
fine.
think our screen's being shared.
Go for it.
Our friends on
For those of you before the 80s, 90s, there used to be a mall, Portage Theater, right on down near kind of 6th and Willow Creek Road. It was built in the 80s and it was demolished after they built the new one, the big fancy one down the street. And you'll see here, this is the picture of what it was in its kind of heyday as a movie theater. Currently now, it is a empty lot. They have demolished the buildings. You see that they still have the parking lot. And to the south here, you'll notice that this is Willow Creek. One of the important aspects, in my opinion, to what makes Portage. Portage is our Willow Creek. So wanted to share in 2000, the city of Portage adopted a stream protection ordinance to its city code in the stormwater management. And that code created kind of buffer zones for protection of the water quality of streams as it relates to stormwater regulations. An inner buffer zone of 50 feet, a middle buffer zone, and an outer buffer zone extending 50, 25, and 20 feet respectively. These were kind of I'm assuming, to meet some requirement that came down from Indianapolis. These codes do not have, in my opinion, that much meat. It's literally like that long of a code. And it's something that I use quite a lot, even though it is not that specific. In 2021, in October, a developer came before the Portage Board of Zoning Appeals to request a variance for the property, special exemption from the Portage they were going to build a kennel, and they wanted to get a special use variance for some of the activities that they wanted to do on that property. And you kind of wonder, well, what exactly does that have to do with environmental activism? You know, we love pets, and we know that it's important to have facilities for pets to use. If you can, thank you, yeah. Next one. I think you have to click the button. Here we go. What they presented was kind of this plan for their building. And now this is a lot of stuff. I do not read these type of diagrams very well. But you can kind of see we have the general outline of the buildings, the parking lot, and the Willow Creek right here at the bottom. If you can click to the next one. But when I looked at these things, I got these before the meeting. And when I looked at it's gonna come. When I looked at these before the meeting, the one thing that popped into my mind is as Willow Creek, and this being so adjacent to Willow Creek. Is it gonna go to, is it still thinking? Yeah. So I've kind of color coded this for you, and you'll see the property as it is up front now. We have the Willow Creek I put in blue, the inner core zone of 50 feet, the outer buffer zone for Willow Creek, another 25 feet, and the outer buffer zone for 20 feet. And when I saw this, I realized that what the developer wanted to do was just take that parking lot with the empty hole in the middle where the building used to be and just plant a new building on top of it. And not because, I mean, you have a full parking lot there. You have stormwater already going into a stormwater basin. You know, you're going to be saving, you know, hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars just by utilizing the existing parking lot, which is great. You know, if you're a developer, the more money you save, the greater it is. The problem is when this was built in 1980, they didn't have the same understanding of the importance of those buffer zones along our streams and rivers. And so you'll see that the parking lot, you know, goes really into the 50-foot inner core buffer zone. So I went to the BZA meeting, and I spoke for 2 minutes. You get 2 minutes in these meetings to say, you know, look, you need to focus, you need to look at this. You know, this is the very beginning of this process. This is the first time the city has seen this type of plan. You know, you need to look at Willow Creek. And then they turn to the attorney, and the attorney, of course, says, you know, this is about use variance. I was like, you know, any attorneys in here? good. I'll talk bad about them. But so I mean, they kind of stayed focused on what they were looking at. They were there for a use variance. They requested a use variance. This was not about site plan or anything like that. So they did get the use variance for this. But one thing I did was I put in their mind, I focused them of where they need to be looking as this project continues to go through the mix. And I'm assuming that the city planner, who was also sitting at the table looking at me, that they had a good discussion with the developer after this and saying, well, we need to look at how we deal with this Willow Creek in the protection zone. Thank you. I feel it was a win. Now, it's still in the process. I'm assuming I haven't seen anything else come. But, I highlighted the importance of protecting the buffer zone and how that needs to be part of this planning process as it goes through. Now, everything that I have seen come through, it goes to the stormwater board, and they generally let you build anything within those buffer zones. I'm trying to train them, and this is another thing, you trying to train them that they just need not to approve everything that comes before them. Now, the loss is that if they don't build, if nobody builds there, that parking lot is still going to be within feet of Willow Creek. So, it's kind of that love-hate relationship that environmentalists have with development, is that, when they're bad, they're really bad, but we also need them to kind of restore a lot of the stuff that we have damaged in the past. Another thing that happened, I was coming home from work one day and I got a phone call from somebody who had been working with an adjacent property to this, saying that they were clearing the trees along this section of Willow Creek. So I went and checked, I took a picture, and I just started doing some research. I hadn't paid too much attention to this project. This was kind of like when I was just getting involved. When I looked at the what was presenting to the Plan Commission, what was approved as their site plan, you notice on their buffer zone here, it says contractor to minimally disturb the 50-foot buffer area. Do you consider that minimally disturbed? We started screaming about that in Portage. I had people calling City Hall, and City Hall hates it when you get people to call them, especially elected officials. For some reason, they just don't like you to call. So, this is, we kind of already lost this fight through the planning side. And we kind of still lost because it was damaged. It was a wetland. You can go to the next one. The third thing is, I was sitting in, I go to these meetings and I just sit there. Sometimes I don't speak. I'm just listening. A lot of things, people, requesting to build fences in their front yards, I don't really pay too much attention to. I wasn't really paying too much attention to this. They would come before the Board of Zoning Appeals, and they were requesting, siding, different building standards. They wanted to use siding instead of bricks, la-di-da. But when I was sitting there, when they were giving their presentation, they mentioned that they were a lead casting company in Illinois. And this was literally during the meeting. And this is the first I heard about it. And so you'll notice, so I got up and spoke, and it's like, well, we need to talk about the environmental implications of casting lead. Casting lead, people can do it. People do it in the garages. As a chemist, I do not recommend it. It is not very good for your health to do that. Lead is not good to breathe. You'll notice that it's not in any environmental area, but it is on the top corner here. Anybody familiar with the sledding hill at Countryside Park in Portage? That's the sledding hill where the kids play. They go up about 3 stories high. That's probably above the levels of the smokestacks of this lead casting plant. And you have residential areas, and you have more residential areas on the side here that have wells. So this was very concerning from a public health standpoint, because we have so many industries that come from Illinois. Anybody from Illinois? I don't want to. Okay, so many industries that come from Illinois because Indiana has a lot less stringent environmental standards, especially in terms of on the manufacturing side. And so Portage has enough industry that is polluting our environment that we don't really need more, especially next to our park. You can thank you for our assistant over here. I sent so I did what most activists do, and I sent a letter to the 58 people in those two neighborhoods around. This was literally like 3 or 4 days after the meeting, saying, this is what's happening. And so people started screaming once again to City Hall. And that's me speaking. At the city council meeting after that, I was wearing my collar. So it's pretty serious when I put on my collar to go to a city meeting. I was also called inappropriate and a liar in that public meeting. So tell you how they appreciate the clergy there. Next slide. Why is it important to focus on these type of issues? Because these are very small. On the large scale, protecting 40 feet of Willow Creek is really not going to change global warming. But for me, when we look at kind of the implications that it has on our local communities, and that we need to begin to kind of reverse the damages that we have done and begin to really think about, really put into, in a very serious way, the environmental consequences, the environmental aspects into these developments as they're coming through. Because I can tell you the elected officials and those who are appointed to boards, they are not considering environmental issues, at least not in Portage. I can't speak for other areas, but in Portage, it is not a concern. And I just spoke I went to 2 meetings this week. I spoke at the Planning Commission for Willow Creek. They wanted to build a new strip mall along Willow Creek across the street. And I spoke and it passed unanimously. It's not very easy work. You get frustrated a lot, but it is important work to begin to, especially begin to see how people, you try to get into their mind at the beginning of the process, what considerations need to be doing. Else it's just going to fly straight through. Things you can do. You can, for the Game of Thrones, you can be a watcher on the wall. You can sit and monitor your public meetings, especially planning and Board of Zoning Appeals. Get the stuff beforehand, it's public record, and kind of look at it and kind of decipher what's being asked, things that are, and kind of be there to kind of keep an eye on things. And not only, here, I also look through the permits that come through IDEM and to look and see what things are affecting. Had one this past week for Chesterton. There was some conservation club had, and I looked into Rich because I called him immediately after because I needed more information. Conservation club had expanded their rifle range and they just, into a wetland and they got caught. And so they were mitigating that with IDEM. So I called Rich to get more information, and hopefully soon you're going to be seeing an article in the Chesterton Tribune. That's already done, but so kind of watching and getting that information out to those who are infected. Sending that letter that I did to the 58 residents around that site, gets them informed because they didn't get notice that this was happening, and the city would never have let them know. They're not required to let them know, but they're going to end up. They could have ended up in a year having a lead casting plant, in their backyard. And you get 2 minutes, and so you get to stand there for 2 minutes and make your spiel. to advocate for kind of every square foot of our land here, and also collaborate. I make lots of phone calls. I don't understand a 90% of the stuff that I see or I get, and the ability to call and to connect with people who have a lot more knowledge on the subjects. And the last thing, run for office. We need to have environmental people at the table. We need to have people there who are willing to say, well, no, I'm voting no, because this is going to affect our wetlands. It's going to affect our air quality. And to begin to make that change a square foot at a time. Thank you. I think that's it. Any questions? I know sitting in meetings is very boring, but I'll be glad to answer any questions if there are. Yes. I actually, for many, many years, I started going to city council meetings. And I can tell you, once things get to city council, it's too late. You really need to focus on how things going through the pipeline. And a lot of things you don't even see because they're going completely through the executive side of the municipality of the city. But I started going about 3 years ago, started going to planning commissions and the BZA to kind of see if I can at least pick up on some of these things and begin to change the direction. Any other questions? Yes.
So have you found that instead of opposition and saying no, that sometimes you've had some effect with making a project better that got approved, but better environmentally because you're activism?
Yes, yes, and you do have opportunities to kind of put some ideas out there. There was a project, I don't know if you're familiar with Airport Road in Portage. They were it's a terrible ditch left over from the farmland days. They're really building a new development there. And they were not gonna put a sidewalk down their side. I still don't know what the finals on this is because they're gonna fill in the ditch, but they're not gonna fill in all the way because they don't wanna mitigate 100% of it with the Corps of Engineers. So, I'm like, I sent an email to the city planner, and it's like, this is stupid. All you gotta do is build a pedestrian bridge over that part of the ditch, and you can continue on building a sidewalk there. So yeah, you can put in some information into the key people. Now, whether or not they listen to you, I can tell you they don't listen to me because I'm a pain to them. Yes.
What does it look like running for office? Sorry, here's into the mic. Can you hear? Okay. What does it look like running for office and what does that take?
It's a very interesting, it's very different than really anything. I think if you're interested in running for office, my recommendation would be to first go to meetings. I've talked to many people who are running for office who have never even stepped into the hall where they're having a meeting. And it's like, they don't really understand what they do. And it's like, they want to do this and this. And it's like, well, no, they have no control over that. You're looking at the wrong spot. But being at the table is important. And it's Indiana is very difficult on the progressive side for running for office in terms of our ballot access law, which on a side note, the Green Party has filed a lawsuit 2 weeks ago to change those, but that's probably not going to go anywhere anytime soon. But it's very easy for me to run for city council. It took 58 signatures to get on a nomination. If you're interested in running in a major political party, that's a little bit different process. But my recommendation is just to be understanding and know what the issues are and be willing to just kind of sit and chat with people. I was a terrible campaigner. I mean, I would go to someone's house
The first time I went by the house, they wouldn't have nothing to do with me. The second time, I probably ended up standing there 45 minutes talking to the person. And I'm looking at my watch, it's like, gosh, I got to get through this neighborhood. I got to get through this neighborhood and the sun's coming down. And so, it's being willing to, in my opinion, being willing to talk to people, which is not really what I saw in the elected officials in Portage, in my opinion. Can't speak for other cities. But see me, if anybody's interested in any of these type of this stuff, please feel free to see me. And after that, is my time over? I just want to make sure I'm not getting into anybody else's time. Okay. Thank you.
Is it this? No. Is it this? Does this minimize it?
We need to get out of that into just the regular software. It's not going to do that.
Thank you. Is it on? No. Is it on the email?
Oh, do we need to log into this?
Yes.
Hi, everyone. It'll be just a sec. We're pulling up the presentation.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
I want to help him get set up right now. Would that be that my? Oh wait, I don't know if you have sound, but do you want to share sound just in case?
Yeah. Where is it?
This
Am I
button.
missing? No, his. This one? No.
If you just do screen, it should go to whatever you'd click.
Oh.
So
No, I think it's this.
That's the one.
I don't, are you?
I think so.
That's what didn't happen last time, so that's why it wasn't showing up.
Okay. It is, okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
We just want to make sure we can still click through his slides. So. Let's just give it a click.
Perfect.
Yes, okay.
All right.
Yes, I got it.
And then you got this.
Sorry. Okay. All right. Hello, everyone. Again, I'd like to give a big thank you to Reverend Michael Cooper for speaking to us. That was amazing. That is super empowering to hear about how we as citizens can continue to advocate for environmental justice just in our local governments and everything. So definitely inspired. Guys, we got to get on that. Earth tones, we could have a city council trip or something. But next up, I'd like to introduce our next speaker, Momin Mirza, also known as the Aristotle of Valparaiso. He is a senior at VU studying environmental science with a minor in humanities. And he'll be speaking on some internships he's had in Costa Rica, in his past study abroad semester. So join me in welcoming Momin.
It's the time of Ramadan, very blessed time for Muslims, and I'm going to talk about that a little bit in my talk. Not Ramadan, but my religion. In the meantime, I'd like to pass these around. Just take a look and then pass it on. And a few of them here. Look. And I'll get to this in a few minutes. And I'll just keep this up here. You can take these over and pass it around. So, next slide. So, in Costa Rica, I used these a lot. It was a lot of fun. While they could kill someone pretty easily, I used them for yard work. And I was working on my farm, and we did a lot of harvesting with machetes. Now, I'm not going to pass these around because these are actually metal. They're not knives, but I sharpen them myself, and they're really fun to maintain and use properly, safely. So, next slide. So the smaller one is one that is almost an exact replica of one that I gave to one of the indigenous people that I was staying with as a token of gratitude. And in return, no, not in return, but as a token of goodwill, we kind of had a trade. So these are some of the things made out of fruit that they use very consistently in Talaman craft from Costa Rica. Next slide. So this is the one that I got from my dad. He's a big fan of the Ottoman Empire. This one looks like exactly like one of the swords that they use in Ertugrul, which is a show about the Ottoman Empire. Next slide. So as soon as I landed, I was out for a day, like I just slept. And then the first day, Heidi, my coordinator, took us to the museum, the National Museum. In this place, there were hundreds of butterflies and heliconia plants, and it was beautiful. Next slide. This is exactly why I wanted to go to Costa Rica, to witness the biodiversity. Fungi are known as, in some circles, as the future of agriculture. So there was a lot of biodiversity. Next slide. Here it is. That should work. There was also a lot of beautiful architecture. The churches are everywhere in Costa Rica. It's a Catholic place, like much of Central and South America. And there are cats everywhere because it's a very diverse place. And so cats have a lot of food. Next slide. More cats. Iguanas were the focus of one of my internships, but that we weren't able to see the iguanas very well, so I switched to a birdwatching internship. Next slide. Which I used these for. There was a lot of random biodiversity that I saw. This was in El Salvador. It was just hanging out in my shower. And one of my conservation professors was also a rock star, which I think really encapsulates the intersectionality of conservation and environmentalism. Next slide. So as you can see, there were cats everywhere. Lizards too. This lizard just like crawled on my hand. This is just the one that I got a good picture of. And there was also a lot of graffiti, which there was a lot that wasn't appropriate to show, but of the part that was appropriate, this was my favorite. It means revenge. Next slide. That was on the side of a biodiversity park. This seed is a Guanacaste seed. Guanacaste is one of the most popular trees in Costa Rica. It's also the name of one of the provinces, and it's called the elephant ear tree because the seed looks like an elephant ear. This is my running buddy, and also she helped me with some of my internships. Next slide. Mangoes are everywhere, so you can get them on the street, just like picking them up off the ground. But those aren't as those are sometimes have pests and bugs in them. So they also have street vendors with more safe mangoes. They put a lot of cool things on it, like hot sauce, salt, and lemons. This was a chicken, the first chicken I ever killed, with the smaller machete that I had. In the Islamic way of slaughter, you just cut the front pipes and you don't cut the spinal cord at all. That allows it to bleed out in about 5 seconds, and it doesn't feel anything because it's gone into shock. So my religion intersected a lot with what I learned about the animals that I was studying there. Next slide. This was where I taught English and math, and where I learned a lot of Spanish. I was just helping teach. It was like a teaching internship. Next slide. This dog was, he always bit me, but he never drew blood. Excuse me, she. Suka was like, oh my God, she's only a year old, so she was like a pup. But I think she thought I tasted good. Next slide. This is Irazu volcano. They were, it's usually always cloudy like this, but it was really cool to see one of the places where the eruptions took out a chunk of the stairway. Next slide. This was just some fun I had with my host family. Usually I was walking around in these flip-flops, but the dog got to them. But they were already falling apart, which shows you how the amount of mileage I was getting just seeing all these conservation sites. Next slide. This is my host family, which that was very important in my internships, staying with the host family. I learned Spanish with them. They taught me Spanish. Like I had a Spanish class at the university, but I just got grammar from there. And I got grammar from my host family even more. And so one thing that I think conservation doesn't always touch on is the importance of being integrated into the community. And so living with a host family really helped me do that. It helped me understand the culture and the context, the historical context with which I was working. Next slide. These were my fellow teachers at the place, and there's the Costa Rican flag. Next slide. This is one of the only places in Costa Rica where they have animals in captivity, and that's because they have these animals need rehabilitation. And so zoos are not allowed at all, except for when they're rehabilitating. And so at this place, there was this toucan with half of its beak cut off. It was very famous. And so they made a prosthetic beak for it, but they have to maintain it. And as its old beak grows back, they need to adjust the beak. And so that was really cool to see in my travels. Next slide. The graffiti, here's a little bit more graffiti. This was my favorite graffiti aside from of the pictorial ones, of the appropriate pictorial ones. Next slide. There was a lot of trash everywhere. This was just from one day of tourism, 1 hour of tourism. So we went to one of the most famous spots of turtle nesting. Next slide. And we also saw a lot of bioluminescence. As I said, fungi are the future. But that was fun. That was right before I got hit by a boat and I got a concussion and I went to the hospital. So I haven't really been running since then, but that was a fun trip aside from that. Next slide. Here's a tarantula. Most spiders are not dangerous. So this one was, it didn't bite me. I don't think it could. And here's another golden orb spider. You can see on this web, like the kind of golden color that gives it its name. Next slide. And here's another spider. I didn't notice this on me, but my friend got this really cool picture of it. Next slide. Here we are on one of the field trips. I climbed up right next to the waterfall, about 20 feet in the air, but I didn't bring my phone because I didn't want to break it. I wasn't as worried for myself, but I probably should have been. Next slide. I went on a 20-mile run. Next slide. That's the after picture. Next slide. Here is my supervisor for my first internship. So this is David Norman. He's a biologist in Costa Rica. He came there about 40 years ago. And he's just basically the master of all the birds in Costa Rica. And they have big bugs made out of foam. Next slide. There were turtles everywhere in this abandoned biodiversity park that's now, they use the buildings that are left over for government work. So it's no longer available for public entrance, but I got special permission from the government to go in and study the birds that were there. Next slide. So some of these birds are partially forest dependent. None of them are fully forest dependent, according to MacArthur and Wilson's theory of island biogeography, which I used in my study. I'll be presenting that at Source on the 28th. So this is a wood rail, and there are termites. Next slide. And so all of these birds, this one hit the window at my project, the Praxis Center, but it flew away a few minutes later after we gave it water and stuff. Next slide. It was raining a lot, so I had to keep my raincoat like tied around me so that I could easily access my notebook and stuff. Here's a kingfisher. That was one of the coolest birds that I saw. Next slide. But this was my absolute favorite, the boat-billed heron. And it looks a lot closer than it was. Next slide. Because I was looking through binoculars. Wait, previous slide. Yeah, so you can see like the ring of where the binoculars is before I zoomed in. Next slide, and next slide. And here's a heron and a hummingbird and an iguana. This was one of the only iguanas I saw. I saw an immature iguana, which means that they're breeding in a place that they weren't supposed to be breeding, on my last day in the country. So if I had seen that previously, I would have been able to maybe focus on the iguanas a little bit more, because the iguanas had migrated to the Central Valley, green iguanas. They're only green when they're immature. And so it was an example of an accidental invasive species. So it wasn't introduced by humans. It was introduced by humans after it had already been established itself naturally. And that was probably because it was pushed down into the Central Valley from the pre-montane regions due to the warming temperatures cooling temperatures, one or the other. But the temperature was changing and the seasons were changing, and the Central Valley was closer to its habitat was in its evolutionary lifetime. Next slide. This was a tiger crane, tiger heron. I always get herons and cranes mixed up. But this followed me for an hour on one of the birding expeditions on one of the field trips. And that was because it was expecting us to drop food for it, like the tourists do. This is very damaging because these birds can sometimes become dependent on tourist food, and they stop fishing for themselves and maintaining the ecosystem. This one we saw catch a few fish, so this wasn't entirely dependent on humans, but it was still kind of sad to see it following us so much, when in reality it should be flying away from us. Next slide. This was a really cool picture. In Kauwita on the Caribbean coast, I slept in a hammock and woke up to this. So it's an example of some of the beautiful sites that we can preserve if we're successful in some of our conservation efforts. This was right next to one of the biggest national parks in Costa Rica, Cahuita, Chahuita, which is not the way I thought it was spelled. And this little poison dart frog was sleeping underneath me, underneath the hammock. Next slide. Here's a black hawk. That's my attempt at getting a picture of it. It turned out all right, but this is our guide's more successful picture of it. And he doesn't tour guide for people anymore unless it's specifically for Heidi, which was our coordinator, because she likes to make sure that her students understand the historical and social context of what they're learning. And so, and that was very imperative for me to understand, because that has a very large control over the perspective of the people nowadays. So like in El Salvador, when I went to El Salvador, I'll get to that in a second. Next slide. I went to Panama for 4 days. This is Alexis. He came here for a semester and he invited me back to Panama. He invited a lot of people, but I was the only one who took him up on it because I was in the neighborhood. He took me to a Baha'i temple. The Baha'i temple was beautiful. It had so many plants, and it showed they definitely had a real respect for life that was not present in the rest of the country. And so that was another place that faith intersected with my conservation journey. Next slide. And in Panama, they also have a lot of mosques. Here's a mosque in Costa Rica, and here's a mosque in Panama. The Muslim population in Panama is much bigger than in Costa Rica, but which is ironic because Costa Rica has a bigger conservation hub, and I view Islam to be a very big motivator for my journey in conservation. Next slide. Here is a Salvadorian helicopter that was okay. So a general wanted to take out this radio station that the guerrillas were communicating with. The guerrillas wanted to stop them from doing that. So they left one of their radios behind with a bomb in it. And as soon as the helicopter took off, when the general found it, they blew it up. And so this gives you a little bit of a context of the violence that El Salvador has gone through that makes them a little bit less friendly and less open to change, because change in their historical experience, in their living historical experience, leads to war. And so that means that conservation is harder. Sustainable agricultural practices are harder to implement. The current president was a Muslim, and he converted to evangelical Christianity to get more of the vote. And he is pumping subsidies and massive amounts of wealth into artificial fertilizers, artificial herbicides. Next slide. Here's a pyramid. Next slide. And my supervisor. Next slide. And you can see, I guess not on the screen, but you can see some of the brown of where all of the erosion and herbicides and pesticides are just dragging so much of the sediment, the topsoil, the agricultural potential that El Salvador has. It's just dragging that into the sea for the benefit of a very short-term agricultural boom. In less than 10 years, El Salvador will start suffering because of this. And this is El Mozote. This is one of the sites of the worst. This is the site of probably the worst massacre in the history of Latin America. The government came in to basically execute everyone. And this was a town that was in support of the government, because the government they thought that communists were just hiding out in random places. And so they killed a whole village because they thought communism was fractionally present there. And so war has a very intense cultural heritage in some of these places, and it makes it very difficult to introduce new concepts such as sustainable farming and conservation, because a lot of these people are poor, and sustainable techniques take a lot longer to see the yields on, even though the yields become higher over time. Next slide. This is the beginning of my internship in Loroco, which is in Talamanca, which is on the Caribbean coast near, on the Atlantic coast. And this I did with the indigenous people. And so I had the privilege to enter the indigenous territory and spend about 20 days with them. This is Loroco, the cat named after the farm. Next slide. The cat is the pest control, literally. He's not fed by the farmers, but he hangs out with them. So bananas are the biggest thing that are grown there. Some people have a diet that is a majority banana, or a variation of banana. So these are cuadrados, which are a four-sided banana, and they're very starchy, like a potato almost, until you cook them. And I was using a banana leaf as an umbrella, and it works better than any umbrella that I've ever used before or since. Next slide. And so this is what I was using the machetes for. I was harvesting bananas. I was cutting all of these beans, harvesting the beans, and the machete was probably the funnest part of my internship. Next slide. This is Loroco, the flower. It's less and less populous with every passing decade because of the reducing area. It's reducing habitat, and so Costa Rica lost about 70% of their forested territory in the 1900s, and only in the last 40 years or so have they been bringing it back, and have they become the place that many people recognize it for as a biodiversity center. But plants like these were almost absolutely annihilated by the intense logging and exploitation of the environment that Costa Rica has experienced in the past. And so Costa Rica is a good place that shows you that it can be done. Conservation has success. And there are ways to bring things back, make agricultural corridors that big cats like pumas and big cats, mountain lions can go throughout the entire country now because they've restored so much of the agricultural corridors that connect main spots. And that's, next slide. That's, oh, we had tamales on December 24th for Christmas. Next slide. I slaughtered that chicken too, incidentally. It was the neighbor's chicken. They told me to just pick any chicken, but it turned out to be the neighbor's. They were keeping that in the hen coop. And so there wasn't a problem. They just gave them one of their chickens. And so here's a waterfall. Next slide. And so next slide, one more time. So the birds were my favorite, were probably my favorite part of the whole experience as a whole. The machete was the best part about the farming, but the birds were my favorite overall. And so basically what my study was is that I tried to see whether the forest patch in BO Park was big enough for forest-dependent species to live in, according to MacArthur and Wilson's categorization of which species are forest-dependent, partially forest-dependent, or not forest-dependent. And so flycatchers like these are absolutely not forest-dependent. They can live almost anywhere in Costa Rica, in the city, in or in forest, or in hybrid versions. So the park that I did my internship in BO Park, it was large enough to contain a forest-dependent, a partially forest-dependent species, but not forest-dependent species entirely. And so this relates to our previous presentation, which I appreciated a lot, because it means that every square foot that you conserve is definitely necessary, and it helps, because every square foot is one square foot closer to a place that forest-dependent species can live again. Next slide. And then we went to sell all of the goods that, all of the produce that we produced, and in the feria, which is like a farmer's market. And there are vultures everywhere because of how much food there is available just naturally in the surrounding area. Next slide. And so Obdulio Vargas, who I will get to in a second, he planted all of this when I went to the mountain. I saw this, and he planted this whole path up to his mother's cottage. She's about 97 years old, so that she would have a beautiful way to enter her home. And so this is in the mountain, in the pure indigenous territory, where no one is allowed to own land except the indigenous people, the Bribri. There are a few different tribes. I spend my time with the Bribri. And so next slide. This is Obdulio Vargas. He showed me around his banana farm, which was massive. It's at least 2 or 3 hectares. The farm I did my internship on was about 2 hectares. His was at least that, if not more. And it was only banana plants, which is not great because it was, in terms of sustainability, because it was monocrop. But it was at a high enough altitude that it was sufficiently cold to kill the fungus that has begun attacking banana plants. If you haven't heard, banana plants have been growing a fungus, and that's reducing their production. And so we might see a vast reduction in the amount of bananas that we see in the grocery stores in the next 10 years. It's the same thing with coffee. So now would be a good time to break that habit. Next slide. It's funny, but it's also very sad, because the Arabic coffee plant was grown in vast monocrops. This is Obdulio Vargas and his mother, and she was also the mother of my supervisors at this internship. This is the machete that I gave him as a token of gratitude. He was very interested in it from the first day that I stepped onto his property. He has machetes that are very big and sharp and powerful, but he liked the small. He didn't have a small one, and he does a lot of going through the undergrowth, like and he wanted a small one that wouldn't get caught on things. So it was really nice of him to show me around his plantation, and I wanted to thank him for that. Next slide. I did a lot of training there because they do a lot of cooking outdoors on wooden stoves. His nephew does all of the gathering of the wood, and we probably gathered 2,000 pounds of wood in just one day, because each thing was about 50 to 100 pounds. This was probably 40 pounds, so not that heavy. And so normally he would do that alone, but I was there on an internship, so I helped him out a little bit. But oh my God, I can't imagine doing that like probably once a week, and he does that like every week, and they can cook with that without damaging their surroundings, because they usually cook with previously dead branches, and it's easier for them to gather. It's already dry usually, and the forest around them produces that amount very quickly. So and it takes out all the smoke, the carbon in the smoke, and it resequesters that into physical trees again. So even though they cook with fire and with wood, it's very sustainable. And the probably the worst part about it is that it affects their lungs sometimes. Next slide. These were my supervisors on the internship. And here's cacao. Oh my God, if you've never tried cacao, it's not chocolate. The seeds are the chocolate, but the cacao plant itself, inside, it's like this gelatinous, if you've ever had aloe, it's like a watery aloe, and it's sweet. It's amazing. It's kind of like guanabana. And you've probably never had guanabana either. Guanabana is not guava. I had my own experience with guava, and I learned my lesson there because worms grow in them. But next slide. Here's Larocco. He catches his own food, but sometimes he snoops around the kitchen. So he was fun. They do all of their cooking outside, also on fire stoves. Next slide. Here's a broad picture of most of the farm. It's 2 hectares, and so I went around barefoot the whole time because it was safe to do that. Like we live in the cities nowadays where there are a lot of metal and glass on the ground, and it's dangerous to go barefoot. It was safe to go barefoot here. I don't know what else I can say about that, but like where you can go barefoot safely, that seems like a better place than where you have to wear shoes or else you'll get tetanus and die. Next slide. I went onto the roof to fix something. That was really fun. And this is a guanabana. Oh my God, it's amazing. It's one of the most amazing fruits I've ever tasted. Next slide. They have a seed vault. So they practice seed saving. So they gather as many seeds as they can, and they keep those for as long as they can, and then they replace them when the seeds are no longer likely to be able to grow, and all of these things are growing on their land all at once. But the seed vault is a practice that I don't know where it originated, but there's a culture in conservation now of saving seeds so that if there's like a disaster or something, endangered plants will not go extinct. Next slide. So here are more pictures of the farm. Before we get to the end, I want to highlight very intensely, I was not looked at like an outsider there. The way people see me here in the US, it's because I'm brown. Not everyone. A lot of you in the audience, you're probably the people who see me as a human because you're here at this type of conference. But my fellow students, some of my teachers, the people I thought were my friends, they've told me throughout my studies in college, high school, middle school, you wouldn't be here if more people like that white dude had wanted to be here. None of that I experienced in Costa Rica. There is racism in Costa Rica against Venezuelans, Nicaraguans, and Colombians, among a few other groups, but it's nothing near what I've experienced in the US. And it's not based on the color of their skin. It's because of the political ideologies that they're afraid of are coming in. This is the reason that I wanted to go to Costa Rica in the first place. It was to get away from the racism that I experienced on this campus, that RLCs would not address with their RAs, that I was afraid of filing a bias incident report form for 3 years because someone in my freshman year said, we'll know it was you. No one else is going to do that. So you better be careful. So none of this, Costa Rica has its problems with racism. Everywhere has its problems with racism, but the US is tenfold. And beyond the conservation successes that I experienced in Costa Rica, it was one of the most welcoming places that I have ever been. the assistant to the director, Harris, he's Heidi's assistant. He's Venezuelan. So there are a lot of places also that that they have to go that are not of the racist variety. So racists are everywhere, but Costa Rica, there was less. And so in this way, I felt that conservation kind of went along with inclusivity. And so that intersectionality was something that I really wanted to highlight in this talk. Next slide. Here's a wood stove. So this wood is the foundation of where they cook with the wood, but this wood doesn't burn. I'm not sure why. This is called La Embarazada, the pregnant lady, because it's a balsa tree with a big stomach, and that's full of water. I wasn't able to drink the water on the mountain because it has a lot of parasites in it that the indigenous people have formed a symbiosis with in their guts. However, I drank a lot of coconut water. We call them coconuts. It's just cocoa. And the meat is amazing. The problem is if you get to it a little bit too late, then it's fermented and it's alcoholic. It's very, very small percentage, like 0.05% or something. Next slide. As a Muslim, that was a little bit uncomfortable, but it was my only way to stay hydrated up there. So it didn't bother me too much. These farms were just the ones that I saw on my way back from the La Asociación de las Mujeres, which is an entirely women-led farm about 18 kilometers from where I was doing my internship. So the way the Bribri structure their society is that it's matriarchal. All territory passes down to the first daughter before it passes to the sons. And the man, if a man and a woman want to get married from separate tribes, the man joins the woman's tribe, and he follows her her customs and traditions. And so I saw these farms on an 18-kilometer run back from the La Asociación de las Mujeres to Finca Roco. And that was a really eye-opening experience as well. These are some of the most sustainable farmers in the world. Their farms are always full of life, and their production is insane, but they also don't use artificial pesticides and herbicides and fertilizers. Next slide. So that was the route that I took. You can see some of the landmarks to see how far it was. Not too far, but that's also shows the territory that I was. All of that is forest. And the indigenous people live there amongst the trees, literally. They're well connected. They have internet, electricity, comfortable standard of living. So a lot of stereotypes are that they just live amongst the trees, they're savages. Terrible stereotypes that I found were absolutely inaccurate. I didn't think those stereotypes were true, but it was absolutely, all of the stereotypes are completely disgusting, and they're absolutely no way near what I saw in the indigenous territories. The government is not allowed to own land there as well. They have probably places where they have zones or something, but all of it is owned by the indigenous people. People are walking around with machetes because it's safe. Next slide. They use it for their bananas. Here's more bananas, and that's the bus station that I waited in Bribri, the village of Bribri in Talamanca when I was going back to San Jose. That was at 2 a.m. And so to conclude, I want to emphasize a few things. First of all, no matter how hopeless it looks, Costa Rica shows we can get back there. We in the 70s and earlier than the 70s, it was one of the biggest logging companies and logging places in the world. But we can get back to a place of rich biodiversity if we put in our effort and if we take the time to do so. And so what that is dependent on is a lot of government ordinances and policies and laws. That's the boring paper stuff. Number two, conservation is intersectional. So that means that a lot of your different backgrounds are going to collide in there. whether that's comfortable, whether that's uncomfortable. Um, People of a background, of my mother's background, she's white, will often have to face their ancestral oppression of certain races. Not all the time, but often. And the best way to do that is to, as individuals, it's not always our fault, but to recognize that and try not to further perpetuate those systems of oppression by assuming that when you're going to a place for an internship that you deserve gratitude. That's not the reason you're there. The reason you're there is to accomplish the goal. And in fact, oftentimes the gratitude is yours to give because you're often taking a lot from the place that you're going. And number three, it kind of goes along with the first one, or second one, I'm not sure. Racism has no place in conservation. And if you look down on anyone for any reason, then that's a reason that they're that much higher than you. And so it's never a good idea to look down on anyone, especially if you feel that you're in a place of moral superiority, like if you're a part of a conservation effort or something. If you're doing good, then that is the time that you need to remind yourself to be humble. And along the way, have some fun, get a machete, harvest some bananas. Thank you very much. Did anyone have any questions? Yeah.
How long ago were you there for?
Last semester and over the summer.
And what was the incidence of COVID?
COVID was down. In my last week there were 0 deaths from COVID for the entire week. I'm not sure how long that streak lasted, but they're doing really well until the tourist boom brought it back a little bit.
I had a tour plan.
Mhm. Yeah. That's a problem with the tour company. The country, you have to wear a mask on the public transportation. You're not allowed to talk on the train because that increases the particles. And it's fine on the bus. I'm not sure why there was that distinction. But even with the amount of public transportation that they have, which is mountains bigger than the US, like if I'm walking a mile that way, I can just wait for the bus and it takes me there because there are buses everywhere. So even with the public transportation, the city centers that I was frequenting, there was almost no COVID that I encountered.
And you showed the one picture of the pollution and so forth. I've been to a number of
Yeah.
countries where the tourists go, it's very nice, because you go to the outskirts and you see the pollution there. How's it handled there?
Yeah, so that river was in El Salvador, and El Salvador has is probably where Costa Rica was when they turned around. So they have a lot of logging. They have they're decimating their tree populations right now, and that's increasing the amount of the tree cover cools places down. So it's much hotter in El Salvador than Costa Rica. And so Costa Rica had a lot of smog in the cities, and they had a lot of cars that were being used in the cities. But as soon as you step out of the cities, that's gone. I'd say the pollution is probably centered around metropolitan areas. Daryush.
How did you know about the Baha'i temple in Panama?
Oh yeah, so I went with Alexis, and he was my buddy who had studied here for a semester. He came in the first semester that COVID hit us. So like the spring of 2020 or something. And so I had texted him and I was like, hey, on WhatsApp, because the whole world uses WhatsApp except the US. And I had told him, yeah, I'm going to be in the neighborhood. I have a couple of days free. Can I come by for a few days? And he was like, yeah, come on by. I'll show you the Baha'i temple. I'll show you the old city. I'll show you all around Panama City. So he showed me all of Panama City. I saw the Panama Canal. I prayed on the banks of the Panama Canal, which is a weird thing to think about, but it was time for prayer. So yeah, so Alexis showed me the Baha'i temple.
Is he Baha'i?
I don't think so, but it's there are only 9 Baha'i temples in the world. So when you have the opportunity to see it, you got to go. Yeah, yeah. My supervisors at the internship were also Baha'i. Yeah, great.
Was this internship set up with and through Valparaiso University and affiliated campus there, or is this totally on your own?
Yeah, so this internship, all of my internships were set up through Valpo, the practice center, which is Heidi Mitchelson runs the Valpo program, all of the Valpo programs that are in Costa Rica. And so I went to Veritas Academy, which is a recent switch from the University of Costa Rica. Veritas Academy is a private institution. I'm not sure why there was the switch, but it remains to be seen whether students are able to still attend the University of Costa Rica. But Veritas University took me on a lot of the field trips. That's where I got hit by the boat, but that's also where I learned a lot about conservation. But I was attending Veritas University through Paxis, which is through Valpo. And both of my internships at the farm and at the at the biodiversity park were both through Valpo as well. Heidi organized those for me. I almost had an internship this upcoming summer with the father of one of my professors at also in Limon, which is the Caribbean province, but in a different part. But unfortunately, I won't be able to travel to Central South America this summer. So I'm hoping to go there another time.
What is your degree going to be?
Environmental science. And I'm going to be working as the first interfaith director of for the first director of the Interfaith Institute of Valparaiso University next year. And I'll be getting a degree in analytics and modeling, a master's. So if you guys are in Valpo next year, please come to our interfaith events.
Thank you, Momin, so much. That has been an amazing presentation. Mil gracias. Wow, that presentation, all those pictures and stories, the conservation efforts and inclusivity. That was amazing. Thank you so much for sharing. Oh yeah, if we want to, do we want to pass everything? I don't know where they all are. Are they all back there? Okay. Thank you. And just give us just a sec as we get ready for our final presentation. Should they all wear? Okay. Is one of those for All right, and join me as we welcome. Up next, our third presentation. The VU Office of Sustainability will be presenting on a plastic audit being conducted on campus this past semester. Please welcome Julie Whitaker, Professor Julie Peller, Rachel, and Tyler.
So I'm just here to give you a little background on our plastic waste problem, which I could talk about for a long, long time, but I'm going to scroll through this pretty quickly and let them take over. So we've got a waste problem in this country. So Momin's talk was a little bit of an introduction to that. We use too much, throw too much away, and in the U.S. we tend to be really good at that. Over the years, we've seen a vast increase in the amount of waste that we produce, along with a population increase. So all that adds up to a lot more waste. And if we continue on this trajectory, we're going to be in big trouble. And this is about focusing on plastic waste, where today we produce over 36 million tons of waste each year. And again, just the huge increase in that from a handful of decades ago tells us a lot about our unsustainable ways that we've adopted. And it's really important to point out that in the last 15 years, all the plastic ever produced was actually made. And so to me, looking at this through the eyes of young people, we've sort of handed them over a world that's sort of inundated in plastic. And this just kind of shows you that rise in plastic waste from when we really started manufacturing it about 1950 to where we're at today. And the trajectory is even more frightening. And thinking that, well, it's working today, we can make everything out of plastic, use everything in plastic. So let's just keep ramping that up, which means just a lot more plastic waste. And that's not at all sustainable. Keeping in mind, in our lives, most of our plastic is packaging. Keeping in mind, it doesn't decompose. It's the material that's manufactured. People manufacture, not to manufacture this, but it was never made in a way where it breaks down naturally. So what we see is this continued accumulation of plastic. And in my lifetime, and even from year to year, I feel like I see more and more of it. Of course, I study it, so my eye is always looking for it, unfortunately. And there's a big carbon footprint actually associated with the manufacture of this. But like I said, I'm going to fly through this pretty quickly so they can talk. It's just good to remember that these are made from our fossil fuels. Our gas and oil industry is what's behind the making of plastics. And don't get me wrong, there are a lot of good things that come with plastics, but all these single-use ones that we're using are hugely problematic in our world. So they originate, and I teach about this, these originate from fossil fuels. It only took millions of years to make this gas and oil. And then we throw it away. We use it, throw it away. So only millions of years for this to be created way deep down in the earth. And then we manufacture all these materials, we use once, toss them, and then, like I said, they're just not compatible with nature. And so we see this harming wildlife. And it's because of what we're doing here, right? So everything we look at anymore is just made of plastic. And then what are we doing with this? If you start looking into what's happening with all this plastic waste, it's pretty horrifying. We need to do something about it. We need to be more responsible. We need to think about being sustainable. And of course, this whole problem with our pandemic just elevated the problem. And then I came across this about a year ago. Some researchers that study plastics saying, I thought I'd seen everything until they found 2,000 bags in a camel. It's a very widespread problem. And so I go around and I'm a little bit of a nutcase now because I take pictures of plastic waste wherever I go. So my grandchildren are scrolling through the pictures on my phone, or once in a while they see one of themselves, and then they see all these pictures too. It's all around us. And is Dr. Hubbard still here? I think she stepped out. So she's doing some work with her students last year. They presented about all the plastic they found in the local birds' nests. So it's just all around us. We've done work looking at microplastics, and these microplastics are very, very present in the Great Lakes, in particular, the ones that we call microfibers. And so we did a study on that. Basically, every sample that the USGS collected, and these, by the time we dried them up, were about the size of a dime. And every one of those samples, we found at least one microfiber. And then the last week or so, we're starting to get the human health research intersecting with the environmental research and recognizing we have a real problem. And so little by little, I think we're going to see more and more of this information seep out. And the question is, what does this mean in terms of our health? We don't know yet. So these are some pictures that Carrie back there provided us going, okay, in Porter County, we have waste that people, well, how do we get rid of this now? It's all this plastic, right? So these are pieces that are large. Like I said, I study the pieces that are small. Sometimes you can see them, sometimes you can't because they're too small to see. My students 2 years ago did kind of a tally of waste just around campus, and sure enough, it pretty much mirrored what we hear about nationally and even internationally. And the packaging is a real problem. And I keep coming back to this because this actually makes me very sad, is that a lot of you guys that are students here now, my own grandchildren, you don't know a world without this plastic. There are a number of us here that do remember a world where there wasn't so much plastic. And what it's done is just created a very polluted world. And I think, like I said, we are just on the cusp of starting to understand what this means for not just the health of nature and wild animals, but for humans as well. And I suggest our role is even more important because we're by the Great Lakes. This is, you know, it's the Great Lakes. It's the most expansive bodies of fresh water on this earth. So we have a persistent problem with the waste. It's damaging our environment. We have to come up with solutions. And so that's what Julie here has done with her interns. They've helped us define what that plastic waste problem looks like here on campus. And we certainly hope to work with Carrie and her agency to expand it around the county and start educating, informing, and coming up with solutions. And I just want to point out that, you know, you hear a lot of recycling. Recycling is not the solution. The real solution is to get back to the world we knew before we had so much of this plastic. So reducing it has to be number one. Finding ways to reuse things again. Recycling does have a place in the whole pool of solutions, but it's not the solution. So this is the EPA's This is kind of what they call their hierarchy of waste management. So source reduction and reuse. Again, reuse, reducing, and then recycling and composting. So how does a community like our shift then to get toward that top of the hierarchy, which is, I don't know how many of you heard this term, circular economy, where we're actually valuing materials instead of just using, tossing, using, throwing away, recognizing that materials all have value. So trying to keep them circulating and not having to go out and mine for new materials constantly. And so this is where I'm going to let these guys take over and tell you all the great work that they're doing right now.
All right, so I'm gonna just talk about some of our processes and how we actually do the audit. So first thing we start off with is a building walkthrough, and our building walkthrough basically allows us to take a look at the building and see what type of waste receptacles are there, how many trash cans are there, how many recycling cans, if they're properly labeled, if they have the correct bags. So you can see here that they have the correct bagging, which is black for garbage and clear for recycling. We also look to see where they are located. And then the other factors that we look at is to see what waste producers are there, like vending machines. Gelly's Cafe in Gellerson is a good example, or waste reducers like the water fountains, water bottle fillers. And then we also try to look and see how much foot traffic the building has, so we can get an estimate about how much people are producing. So here's a look at our process on how we actually sort the trash. So we take a sample number of days, 4 for academic buildings and 1 generally for dorms and other specialty buildings. And then we sort the trash using these bins and those giant trash cans there. We sort them into the following categories: cardboard, paper, metal, glass, obviously for all the normal recycling trash, for food and trash. And then for plastics, we break it down even further into bottles, jugs, recyclable cups, which are generally all clear, flexible packaging, which is generally your packaging that you find on like chip bags and things like that. Contaminated plastic is like your yogurt cups. Takeout boxes, that's generally self-explanatory, just not the ones that are styrofoam based. And then we also do plastic lids / number 6 PS cups, which are cups that are not clear, and lids that are not clear as well. So like coffee lids and things like that. And then we also try to look at how much utensils and straws are being used. And then for styrofoam, we do that separately. Plastic film. One of the most interesting things is that one of our #1 producers of plastic film is actually the garbage bags and the recycling bags that are used on campus. That has been the #1 thing that we have seen. And sometimes the bags are just like barely even, there's barely anything in it. So it's kind of interesting. And then we also sort it into e-waste and batteries. Then for our measurements, we just do weight and volume. So we just use a standard yardstick and a scale of some sort to measure that stuff. So.
Pictures of our audit process. You can see sorting through the trash. On the bottom there, there's a good example of those bags are not very full at all. They pull all the bags every day from all of the trash and recycling bins. And again, over there, you can see some more that just have a couple bottles in them. So we're really wasting a lot of plastic bags, and those bags aren't getting recycled. So that's something we should definitely look into. Here's just our Excel form where we put all our data into. So you can see we have some things at the top, like the number of students and staff per day, the square foot of the building. You can see in red, we have the gallons of trash and recycling containers that we remove. So after the walkthrough, we actually go through and remove a lot of containers so that we're not pulling bags that only have 2 or 3 items in them every day. And then on the bottom, you can see where we put in the weight and the volume of the trash from the audit, and then we can calculate things like the percent of the total weight, gallons per day. We can use that to find like how many gallons per students per day. So, and then just like some information about recycling. So again, like Julie said, recycling should always be a last resort. It goes reduce, reuse, recycle, and it's in that order. So you always want to try and use reusable things first. But if you do have waste that you need to throw away, you should only be recycling plastic bottles, jugs, and tubs. Some of these other plastics that are on the bottom there, well, they are technically recyclable and have the recycling symbol. They're a lower grade plastic, so they're no value to the recycling companies, so they don't want them, and it gets treated as contamination. There are some places you can send those things. So for example, from our audit, we're actually saving all of our solo cups and flexible packaging to send to TerraCycle, which is a company based out of New Jersey that offers free mail-in recycling programs. And then plastic bags and film, those aren't accepted. They tingle in the equipment at the recycling facility, but there is actually a drop-off at the mail center here at Valpo and then at most local grocery stores for that kind of material. So then talking more about the issue of the plastic bags. So this is something that we've actually found on our audit, is that all of our recycling is tied in these plastic bags. And sometimes, like you can see this one, there's like 3 or 4 bags inside of each other with just a couple items in them. So that's causing a big problem because the first step at the sorting facility is the workers actually pull off all the bagged recyclables and throw them away. So once our recycling's picked up, they take it to what's called a transfer station. There, the trucks dump. If the recycling looks contaminated, the whole truckload actually gets sent to the landfill. So again, our recycling probably is looking contaminated, could be sent to the landfill. And then if it does make it to the sorting center, our recycling is probably getting pulled off the line anyway. So that's something that's a big issue that we definitely need to look into. And here you can just see some pictures of the contaminated recycling and the excess amount of plastic bags. That picture on the bottom left there was one that I just thought was ridiculous. I pulled that out of the dumpster and it's just a single cardboard box tied in this like giant plastic bag. And it seems like at that point you're wasting more time and effort to tie up the bag, replace the bag, than to just take the box. But we definitely need to look into this issue on campus. And then Julie can just go over some of the graphs.
Thank you, Tyler. Okay, so the data. So we right now have gone through 12 buildings on campus. And right now there's probably about 50 buildings on campus. So we thought doing about half of our buildings on campus, so around 22 would be a good number to get a good estimate. So right now we're about halfway through. So kind of what Rachel and Tyler have already said, when we look at the data that we've collected so far, all of the plastic that we've collected from recycling and waste is plastic. That is our biggest contributor to waste on campus. And then the second thing is trash. So trash could be, a paper bag that it's soiled by food, or, maybe it's a mixed recycling. So you might have a cardboard and then it maybe has like a wax film on it. That's what we consider to be trash. And then we have really low numbers in cardboard, paper, aluminum and glass. And those are the things that are, that we can recycle really easily. So the data is showing that on campus, plastic is the number one thing that we are dealing with. So when we're looking at this data, we got to figure out ways how we can stop that and then make some solutions. So when we look at the plastic on campus, those categories that we had, which is the plastic film, styrofoam, straws and utensils, plastic lids, takeout boxes, contaminated plastic, flexible packaging, and bottles. Our number one plastic item is going to be our water bottles, our jugs, and our recyclable cups. So we see a lot of Dunkin' Donut cups, our Starbucks cups, and then obviously water bottles. And then the number two is plastic film, which is just so surprising to us. But that really goes back to, we have so many trash and recycling containers in our buildings, and they're just not even getting full with anything. So we're pulling out these 60-gallon bags, and it has 2 or 3 items. So we're just creating so much plastic here on campus. So when we're doing our walkthrough, we're really identifying, do we need a trash container and recycling container in a classroom when there's one right outside of it? No. So we go around and we're removing a lot of these containers because we're seeing there's not that much waste being produced in the buildings for the amount of containers that we have. So that's one step that we're instantly trying to improve and eliminating those plastic bags. Is a graph that I can't see what it is because this is in the way. Control Alt Shift H. Okay, so look at me, look what I can do. Okay, so this is the percentage of all of our waste on campus, how much of it is recyclable and how much of it is landfill. So we can see that 60% of it is landfill waste, and then about 40% of it is recyclable waste. So when we're doing these type of walkthroughs, we really want to make those improvements. So an example that we have seen is in the basketball locker rooms. They have all of these protein shakes. It's mixed cardboard, so it's not recyclable. So what we're trying to do is we're going to write that down, and we're going to go to the coaches and whoever's purchasing that and say, that's fine that you guys need to have this for your workouts and for protein and stuff. Maybe go with this item because it is recyclable. So we're going to go through and we're going to try to find these ways that we can improve our recycling numbers on campus and start actually, if there's something that we're purchasing, let's see if we can change that. And then this is recycling contamination. So when we're looking through and sorting the recycling, we see about 31% of contamination. So a lot of that could be from the wrong bags. We see a lot of recycling containers that have the black bag, so people think it's trash, or a lot of the time people are using a recycling container for the trash. And there's really no signage on campus at all. Every building that we've gone to, there is not a single sign on campus. So recycling might seem like it's easy, but it is kind of hard to keep up with all the changing times. So we really need to improve on signage on campus, make sure that they have the right baggage, and make sure they're in good locations. So just to kind of like circle back on everything. So the things that we're really doing right now as we're walking through is removing the containers that are not needed so we can limit the amount of plastic bags that are being used on campus, better signage. And then also our containers are they need improvement too. some of them are not even a blue container for recycling, and some of them are just not even the right color. So there's so much confusion. So we could really get better containers on campus that really separates our recycling, because what we're seeing is we have the recycling container and there might be a whole bunch of paper in there and someone's going to throw their Starbucks cup in there and now it's technically all contaminated. So we're having a really hard time even knowing if the stuff that we're collecting is even really recyclable at this point. Most of it seems contaminated by at least a couple of things. We've gone through one building where there was no contamination. So I sent them an email. Yes, it was the Helge Center. I was like, I just went through your garbage. You had no contamination. And she was thrilled, and she's like, it's so funny you said that, because I just saw a student throw away a Starbucks cup with coffee in it and I had to go yell at it for him. So, we really want to award those people on campus that are trying to do the right thing, and they just need to know there needs to be so much more awareness. What else does this say? So yes, education and about recycling, and need to educate on reusables. There is a huge push from students right now on the reusable water filling stations. I feel like that's the thing that they're most passionate about. It's constantly in facilities. We want the water filling stations, and those do make improvements on campus. So we're really glad that that's something that students are wanting, and that also benefits this process as well. From this, say no to plastics. We don't like them. No one here should be doing it. Even Rachel, she went to the cafe and she wanted to get something to drink, and all of the drinks were all plastic. And she's like, I can't come to this conference with the plastic water bottle. So she gets a Starbucks coffee in the glass and she's like, I don't even like coffee, So it's just being aware about what you're purchasing. Just take a few steps, to be better and just to be conscious and talk to people about it. The more we have these conversations and the more awareness that we have, it's just only going to get better. So we're also working with so many local organizations to help us, like Porter County Recycling Waste District. We have Mermaid Straw here, which is a great company that's doing reusables. And we're all just trying to work together to make this place better. And we're going to go out into the community, all of Porter County, and what we've learned from here, we're going to go out into Porter County and do more education and get more data. So we're going to be at Porter County's Earth Day, where we will be launching our first residential home audit for plastic. So we're going to be advertising to the community to do a home audit of plastics and then send us the data. So we're going to do campus, but now we're going to go out to the community and see what we need to do there. Because here it's plastic film, but out in the community, it might not be that. It might be something completely different that we need to focus on. So thank you for your attention. Any questions? Ooh, okay.
So are you going to the university administration and custodial department?
So great that you asked that. Yes, me and Dr. Peller just talked to the administration, and there is a huge push just all of a sudden about green initiatives on campus, and it was really due to this audit. So right now there's been every week a meeting about this green initiative and what faculty and what we're going to do. So there's really a plan being set forward, but there needs to be more. So we talked to the financial team, and they said, yeah, this is a concern to us. What if we're causing our own issues here? So now it's just, they're looking to us to, what do we need to do? What are the improvements? So it's just getting started, but it's really catching fire right now. Yes.
Okay, so I know that I think the mail center has recycling for plastic film. Is there, because I know, so I live on campus, and I know a lot of people are too lazy to bring their film plastic, because I know that's a very big problem on campus. Is there any ways to implement like garbage cans that are specifically for film plastic to recycle with the mail service?
I don't see why not. That's just something that we need to talk with building services with and see if that's something that they can collect and then drop it off at the mail center. Building services is also, which is our custodial staff, has also been helping us with this. They are the ones that are bringing all of the trash to our sorting facility. And they're wanting to make the improvements too. They weren't really aware of some of the issues that we're seeing that were really issues at all. So they're really behind this message too. So as long as that staffing is there and those needs are there, I'm sure they'll be willing to put that forth.
Let me also say that the more the students get together with a voice about that, the more likely something's going to happen. So your voices mean a lot, and that's something that you guys need to recognize. And
You're technically our customers. So, you know, when you guys request things, you know, and it's important to our customers, we have to look at that and make those improvements. Yeah. Yeah.
I also had another thing. So, like in the residential halls, they have some like really small, like battery, like garbage cans. Do those get recycled somewhere, or like where does that go? And then should there be more awareness of where those are in each building?
Cool. Good idea. We'll put we're developing our website right now. So that's something that we have collected that data, but it hasn't been put on the website. Actually, maybe it's on there. But yes, building services, when it gets full, they take it to VUPD, and then actually Porter County Waste Recycling District, so blah, 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 they pick it up and they recycle it. So yeah. Yeah.
When we do all of our walkthroughs too, we're gonna do all the buildings in the summer, so we'll record all of our locations with battery recycling and that kind of.
Yeah, so when we do our walkthrough, we're collecting that data, we're jotting down how many water filling stations are. So then we're gonna put that on the website too, so you can go online and say, oh, and Christopher Center, there's one on every single floor. Cool, I don't need to purchase something at the cafe. I can just bring my reusable water bottle. Yeah.
What counts as something looking contaminated?
Yeah, so there's a lot of things. So Tyler just opened a huge bag up from Mueller that had 100 mustard packets.
Oh yeah, it was just like unopened mustard pack, and it's been all kind of stuff. Even just like a coffee cup somebody throws in there will ruin a whole bag of paper. So it can be something like that, or just like obvious trash. Like I found a Chipotle burrito in the recycling last week.
Are you talking about contaminating plastic? Or contamination?
Well, terrible, but also I guess the recycling plant, when they get a bag, like when they decide.
Honestly, probably the majority of our stuff is getting pulled off the line and thrown away because it's tied in plastic bags. So to them, that's contamination.
You can't even.
And because.
Wait. So if you have your recycling in a plastic bag and you give it to them, they throw that away because it's in a plastic bag.
Yes. Well, there's been some.
There's rumors.
Controversy.
No. We contact Homewood and we asked, are you, because it's really hard for building services to collect the recycling if it's not in a bag. The system that we have right now, we don't have like a cart system where they can come and like dump it. And then we don't, when they moved it, we did have a cart. When they took it to the dumpster, we would now need like a lifting mechanism to then dump it, you know, a cart. So the only way that they have been easily been able to collect is through the bags. And we've heard that obviously plastic bags are not recyclable. So if they see that, they automatically take it off. So we were like, we all had like heart attacks when we found out about this. We're like, oh my gosh, this is so scary. Homewood did say that they do open the bags. That's what they said many times. We won't know until we actually go there and see with our own eyes, but there's no way. We go through these bags. There's one bag that has 6 more plastic bags filled with stuff. There's no way that someone's on the line ripping open the bag. Oh, there's another bag. Please help them. Another bag, another bag.
Yeah.
The line's moving so fast that it doesn't seem possible. So yeah, that is something that we are very concerned about, is our recycling is maybe not even ever making it.
Yeah, and even if it does get there, because we've learned that when it gets to the transfer station in Valpo, where they put it on the semi trucks to take it to the sorting center, if it looks contaminated, they'll just send it all to the landfill. So when they dump it out and there's all these plastic bags, that could just be happening. But we don't know because we haven't gone there. We can't see it for ourselves.
It's on there. It's like, I think I put it on there. Yeah.
Yes, I've always heard that garbage bags are one of the few things we buy purposefully to throw away. make a recyclable curb?
So technically, they would all be recyclable if you bring them to like a store drop off. It's just because of the way that recycling is sorted, it tangles in their sorting equipment at the center. So it's just, so technically they are all recyclable, but just not in your curbside recycling.
And I have a friend that's really trying to better herself. And she was like, I got compost the trash bags. And I go, where are you gonna compost it? So it's like, you know, we're trying to do these better things, and there are some solutions, but the way that we're doing it is not. So, yeah, actually, we took a lot of our plastic bags because we have been collecting them, and we've been needing to take them to the student services where they take them to get recycled. And they were smelly, and they were like, you guys can't be bringing this back here. Because I mean, people are done with their coffee and their stuff like that. So we tried to pick, actually that chart is missing probably a large amount of plastic bags. We only save the ones for that number to get recycled properly. So there's so many bags that are just soiled that we can't keep. So that number is probably actually. Yeah.
Do you have a sense of like calibration? So in other words, if we add up all the plastic volume that we're outputting in the campus and divide it by the 12 number of people, and if Purdue or somewhere has that same data, maybe we're better or I'm guessing no one has the data, but that's irrespective of whether
We
that's.
got it. I'm just
Okay.
kidding. No, I mean, we're collecting a lot of stuff. That's why we
I mean, we could do that calculation because we get in all of our buildings the number of students per day and then the number of days we've collected from that building. But it wouldn't be, we're only doing a sampling. So at the end of this, we're gonna try to put it into a final report with like all of campus and try and find some averages. But right now, we're only doing 12 buildings. We don't have an accurate number for that.
Right, so we can have a nice little estimate, because we are trying to collect as much data that we can. So when we go back and say, oh, this might actually be a good data piece, or this might be really interesting to dive in, because what we're seeing is there's not that much trash in the building that we're producing to the amount of bins. So it's like,
I think it says on the top there.
Data collection is to go, okay, here's where we're at now, we want to implement, you know, these improvements and go back and expand.
Yeah, I'm wondering if you have a target, like irrespective of what the number is now, is there like some, maybe zero is unrealistic, but is there some number that we can get close to?
right, I see what you're saying. We haven't set those goals yet. I think once we complete the data and realize what it's showing and what we can actually implement and do, then we can actually probably set some goals. Because until our campus infrastructure changes, like better bins and our building services doesn't have to use plastic bags to collect. Once we change that, then, you know, we'll be able to get some better ideas. But yeah, it's getting the data now, getting some education, doing stuff that we can that's easy to do, and then we'll be sorting trash and recycling, you know, down the line again. And I'm sure these two right here are the ones that are really getting their hands dirty, and it's not fun, but you really do learn a lot from just one trash bag of what's going on campus. There's a lot to learn from going through people's trash.
What period of time is this sample?
Yeah, so this has been going on from February, and we plan on ending like the second or third week in May. So we're doing about 1 or 2 buildings every week, and the sampling that we're doing is about 4 days. So we'll collect the trash on Monday, which is being the weekend, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. So that's our plan. And then for the dorms, we're just expecting a lot more trash. We'll probably have sample one day, just because it's too much to go through, and we don't need to paint ourselves further a day. Yeah.
How many are on your committee?
The earth tones for one day of, you know, when we go through the grant or something like that, or the dorms, I think it'd be really fun to have a lunch group going for that. Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, Julie Colors class did it, and they were actually looking at pieces that they couldn't identify, put into these categories, and actually looking at what it was made of and see if it was this mix of plastic that won't even fit into one of these categories. So they were kind of doing a more scientific, as I would like to say, process. Yeah.
So years ago, News Report had green campuses across the country. It's a yearly metric system. Does this campus use LED lighting? Do they recycle? What kind of environmental programs? All these metrics. So it is out there to kind of maybe judge yourself against what higher tier universities are doing. Loyola University in Chicago was 4th, I believe, in the country. They produce their own soap, on campus, all kinds of things. So it's curious as to why we would have to throw a 60-gallon plastic bag made out of oil away every time just because the building facilities went by it. We can leave it there for 5 times the amount of time, unless there's smell or safety. And then compostable bags, you said, where do we do it? At least if they're compostable bags versus virgin oil, they get thrown in the landfill and compost, and you don't have that plastic waste. So a lot of kind of low hanging fruit to go like.
Yeah, building services has their own standards when it comes to collecting bags around campus, and most bags are gonna have some of the smell in it.
And that's something we need to work on, because like recycling, if somebody does throw their coffee cup in there full of coffee, they have to empty it because it would smell. But
Well, that's why we just need a recycling police like they have in New York.
Yeah, or data, somebody. Yeah, so they have their own standards, and most of these plastic bags, they have food in it, and that not that we have a problem on campus, but if you leave the trash, then there's a bug issue and that problem. It's just their standards that they are trying to meet, but that's something that we are obviously talking with them about and giving recommendations. So once we're done with everything, we're gonna have a full report of what each building usage is, what are our recommendations, what can we do better, and then that's obviously gonna go out to facilities, building services, we'll give it to administration, and most wants to see it. But yeah, that's their standards. And back to the green campuses. We apply, Princeton Review does the green campuses, and we get sent those questions. I fill it out every year. Don't get on it, I guess. We were on it maybe the first year, but sometimes when you might not have something that every other campus has, I think it knocks you down. So we used to have a bike program on campus, and they recently that company went under during COVID, so now we don't. And I'm wondering if that's one of those, if you don't have a bike program on campus, are you really that green? So there might be those things that they are really trying to focus on that might not get us on that list. But I think the first year I was here, we weren't part of that Princeton Review green school. And there's a lot of stuff that's happening on campus that not everyone knows about. We just started this green initiative with faculty. And the business department is the College of Business is the #5 greenest colleges ranking. So there's stuff that's happening on campus that not everyone knows about, and we need a place where we can all put that information together. So when we do apply next year, they all have the information in. So yeah, that was just released about the College of Business.
I was going to say, have you seen you mentioned compostable bags. Have you seen a very widespread confusion over compostable plastic and the actual benefits versus the complications that come with this compostable plastic? A lot of big companies and big takeaway places are promoting these compostable plastics when it's not actually compostable, it's industrial compostable, which is a very different
Yeah, we actually, from our dining services, we found they were using like some compostable takeout boxes. But when we looked into it more, when that stuff goes into a landfill, if it's not going to an industrial compost facility, it's either just sitting there because the landfill gets sealed with like plastic covers and dirt, so there's no sunlight, there's no way for it to break down, or it releases methane, which is even worse. So with compostable plastic, and I think dining is now mostly switching back to regular plastics, which sounds like it would be bad, but if it's recyclable, yeah, if it can be recyclable, that's better than nothing. But ultimately, I think paper packaging and things like that would be a better solution than either of those.
And then that's what we'll recommend to the cafe. We just got done with cafe last week or this week. So those are just recommendations. Yeah, you have compostable, but it's not really getting composted. So these are our recommendations going forward.
Yeah, I know I've spoken with Julie quite a bit about greenwashing and a lot of companies out there that are trying to work on things like trying to promote to young people. As soon as young people associate compostable, a lot of people don't realize that a lot of companies taking advantage of that.
Yeah, and I don't think that was the intention of, dining. I think when they created that area, it was it called green? The name, Green Fork. So they did have this concept of how they wanted to have more like healthy, more vegetarian forward, more fruit and vegetable, and they were like, oh, let's do compostable, the Green Fork. It's got a nice ring to it. And they weren't trying to, obviously they were trying to do something that they thought would be a benefit. And it's just education, letting them know this is actually getting, it's not compost. If we started a compost program here, then that'd be something that we could obviously rave about, or, obviously do the right type of compost material.
With Green and Fork, I honestly do not see that many people using Green and Fork. I honestly see people grabbing the like chicken tenders and things like that. So I don't.
Probably changed a little bit.
Yeah. So.
Yes, thank you for doing all this work. It's really wonderful. And I feel the frustration. I just want to say that, it's just not a frustration here at the university. Cities are dealing with the same problem. My city, Portage, they haven't collected recycling in months. We've been on, the recycling company has, installed filters because of contamination. There's callers in the county to stop picking up recycling county questions. And I think the issue goes to contamination. That people, it just takes one person throwing a cup of coffee into a bin to ruin the whole bin. Same way, one person, 100 people who picked up the truck, if there's one person that just threw trash in the bin, that whole truck goes to landfill. And municipalities around the state are having to deal with hundreds of thousands of dollars of additional landfill for because all recycling now, a lot of recycling now in Uganda is going to landfill. Question I have is about process. Do you sense that the way that we've been doing recycling, the easy way, but also very susceptible to contamination, is that process of recycling, that system, is there a better system? Are these bins really beyond, really not useful anymore?
Yeah.
They were used in the past because recycles, China would take them, well, Indiana has 3 recycle processes. The whole global thing about recycling has changed. Do we need to start looking at better ways to do the process from use to processing?
Can I do? Yes. I would say, go back 20 years to the amount of today. 20 years ago, it was much simpler, right? So there were only specific recycling and had a single stream. And then all of a sudden, we're having, okay, no, not that anymore. So, no, it's we talked about it, what if we simplify all this? And narrow down what can be recycled? Understand it, maybe that's where we need to go back to. Because the system's broken. It's not the system. Or maybe to look at Europe where they recycle, 40 to 60%. But by no means are we doing this right. And I'm just gonna put a plug in too, as we go into the county, the broader county, know people, whether it's household or business, that are part of this, we're looking for.
Was your question answered by Julie? Okay. But I think
there is no answer yet.
right,
Yeah.
but I do think on campus, one thing that I think how we could improve our system is having better bins that separate everything. So we have the paper, you have the aluminum, you have your cardboard paper, but then have the separation because it honestly just gets contaminated by Starbucks with those coffees. I mean, it is just, you open a whole bag of just paper and it just reeks of coffee. I can barely have coffee anymore, so that's all I'm buying.
And then there's that other aspect of this where people are really targeting producer responsibility, right? So they're going, if you're buying it's Starbucks and Dunkin' Donuts, we need to go pay a visit to Starbucks.
Right.
And Dunkin' Donuts, but of course, we're not telling people to, throw away the drinks.
Or coffees, people just gotta toss it.
One thing we have with that is we actually have like this bin that we like pour our excess liquids into, and it would have been cool to get like the measurements of how much liquid is going into there, but we didn't. I know for one, like I had to like dump it. It was like almost entirely full.
It's probably coffee, right?
Yeah, it was mostly coffee.
So I guess what on earth is the solution to the world's plastic use? Like, obviously this is a big question or one of the big questions, but like if we're realizing, everyone's using plastic way too much, it doesn't ever go away. We're not slowing down. I saw that stat by like 2050, there's gonna be what, 36 billion something. So I guess what is the solution to just stop producing and like revert the thing about plastic is it's so easy and it's so helpful and even sanitary, get rid of it. So I guess the ease of it is so incorporated into life, like I take it for granted. So I guess, is it possible for people to give up that ease and to stop using plastic in some way? Is that a doable solution, or are we gonna have to invent something where people can continue this easy way of life?
I think Julie had the slide that all the plastic creators in the last 15 years. I mean, what did everybody do before?
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean? So it was already being done. It's just more, it's cheaper. And like you said, it's cheaper, it's just more effective and those type of things when we talk about like manufacturing. But if we talk about campus, it's just what are those common things that we're finding and then how do we find solutions? So one of the categories is water bottles, and it's not even really Gatorade bottle, it really is water bottles. So it's, do we do a really big campaign on campus that's carrying your water bottle around, give every single student a reusable bottle, and then maybe you get a discount at the cafe and fill up your bottle with whatever you want. We want to focus on what we can change here, and those are the plastic film bags and the plastic water bottles. So that's something that we will try to actively change here on campus, but worldwide, I mean, like Julie had on her slide, 15 years ago, this wasn't all here, so we had solutions in ways before, so.
Globally too, a lot, like what you're talking about could be solved if companies started using more recycled content in their products. It's a lot cheaper to use new plastic than recycled, so that's the reason why plastic recycling doesn't have anywhere to go right now and it's just getting sent to landfills. So a lot of that is on the producers too, but it is more expensive.
Yeah, I guess kind of going off of Lucia's question, we have a contract with both Pepsi and Starbucks. Is there any way to work with either of those two companies to get a more sustainable, as we're still in the contract with them? How
So what year are you? I'm a junior. Okay, so were you here when, I wasn't here before breakfast. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, the dining facility, if you were gonna get something to drink, it was all coolers with all plastic bottles. So when partners came in, they redid all of that, put in the new food lines, they eliminated, you know, a ton of plastic just by doing that. You have your vending machines on campus, which were lobbying, and it's very possible to have a vending machine that sells, you know, aluminum cans instead of plastic cans. Or when you go to BB's and you have those, or the cafe, you have the, you know, 4 or 5 coolers. You know, why don't we just stop using the plastic bottles from Pepsi and Starbucks and using the aluminum thing? So that could be a very easy switch, but it also has to do with money. So, I mean, they would probably crunch the numbers and say, are we gonna have, you know, yeah. If someone wants to have, you know, their restaurant, they can get it in a aluminum can. So, yeah.
You could definitely look into like potentially like a reusable Starbucks cup program at Belleville.
Yeah.
Which I know most of those have like been dropped from COVID and things like that. So
There's really only going up from here. Finding this data. We can, I mean, right now it's kind of like, ooh, this is cringy what we're doing. So as of right now, we can only get better at what we're doing. And it's, you know, finding this data, knowing where we need to work on. And, you know, we just got to do our best. And, you know, we got to educate and, you know, we want to be a center here at the university to show improvement. And then hopefully make our beautiful county look the same way. So we're just taking every step that we can.
I know I'm pretty old. I want to mention when I was a freshman at Wernberg Hall, plastic bottles had been invented, but we didn't have them at Belfast University. We didn't have them in Wernberg Hall. People, if they wanted to get a drink, they would either get a drinking fountain or go into the restroom and fill up a cup. We didn't have a problem with hydration. It wasn't a matter of inconvenience or there was no problem whatsoever.
What did you do then?
Sometimes people would go to, there was a store called Miller's Market across the river, and you could buy pop or soda in bottles, and they were in a cardboard container in bottles.
Yeah.
I don't know if they were doing it that year, but for the most part, you would drink the material, what was ever in those bottles, and put it back in the cardboard container and take it back to stores and get a nickel. And that system worked well in New Jersey for my entire life until I came to BU. And at that point, I don't remember returning the bottles, the glass bottles, but that did work out extremely well in Philadelphia and Trenton my entire life until I was about 18. And I know in some communities they are doing that again. And I would think that that's probably where we're going to go is reusable containers.
Yeah.
Get rid of, especially the plastic water bottles. I see them as the biggest problem and of no advantage whatsoever.
Yep. I mean, plastic bottles are the biggest thing on campus that we're seeing. And it's the great thing about Belleville is we are a small university. And we can get to a lot of these a lot of the students, you know, quickly. You know, you go to these bigger universities where they have maybe 30,000. How are we going to get to 30,000 students? You know, here we're trying to get in on Focus, which is like the first week where students are in and we can make an impact. And at Focus, they can learn about these new implementations that we're trying to do. And, you know, maybe the university says, yeah, we don't need to have these machines. You know, we're putting in all the water filling stations on every floor in the dorm. There's no need to have the plastic water bottles anymore. And really, that's going to save the university, you know, the money on the electricity.
Don't they have water in the restrooms? Can't they go in and fill up in the ladies or girls' room?
Yeah,
they could turn the faucet and put water in a cup.
Not all the dorms have the sinks in their room, but yeah.
Look
they
with
could
us
go
here,
there.
well.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, we're planning today. We had Adam, he's got this incredible company here in Valparaiso. And so we're gonna work with them to get packets together for our incoming students.
filtered water. I mean, we gotta give our customers what they want, I guess, filtered water.
I think we'll,
Okay.
I was just gonna say, like, there's a lot of questions coming from the students about like, what's the solution? Like, the amount of power that you as students have and young people have, it's incredible. Like, your money talks. So if you stop buying the things that these people are putting out there, these companies are putting out there, that's gonna make a huge difference, because if no one's buying it, they're not gonna keep supplying it. So if you have a choice of who you're using versus going out there and buying these products that are contaminating the world, like, you guys have that power. So it's just about making as much noise as students as you can and using your choices to enact change.
Wow, way to finish it. Way to end it.